Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. Views and events expressed here are totally whacked, not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí, se puede. Yes, we can. How y'all feel? Y'all feel good? Am I coming through? I'm having anxiety because I started way too fast. And that's what happens when I start too fast. I end up making mistakes. So let me double check here. Oh, shoot. I can't do it through there because I can't do it through there. So let me check through here. Okay. Oh, I got my confirmation. I needed that for my anxiety through the roof. What happened? Did I? Hold on. Let me turn this off. Okay. Try it again now. Yeah. Y'all can hear me, right? All kinds of technical difficulties here. We're going to get it together. Excuse me. So, Irrational Fear is the name of the show today. Irrational Fear. And I probably made a title like this before. I try to not repeat titles. Try it. I can't help you right now. I try not to repeat titles. Because it should be on. Check it. Yeah, so anyways, irrational fear. That's what we're talking about here. I see a lot of people and they're just like scared of everything. I saw a post on Instagram too where they were talking about how there's certain political groups that their whole duty is to just like drum up fear, like of stuff like a boogeyman, like something that you can't even do anything about, really, threat level red, and it's a way of controlling people, and people fall into the trap over and over again. And besides that, even within their personal lives, like they go through their lives so afraid, like everywhere they go, they're scared, they're looking at other people, they're suspicious of them, they think they're going to get robbed or someone's going to try to do something to them or whatever, like everywhere they go. And it's really sad. It's really sad. To live your life that way. We all gotta go. We all gotta go at some point. You know, and living your life in fear is not the life that God intended for you. I just don't think so. You're gonna go at some point. You're gonna go. So accept that and just be every day. Live your life every day to the fullest. And be kind to people. Make that phone call that you've been wanting to make. Try that dream that you always wanted to try. And try to have as little regrets as you can. You can't go without having any regrets at all. You're going to have regrets. The older you get, you're going to have more. But try to have as few as you can, so that when you do pass on, you've done everything, you're ready to go. And as far as somebody doing something to you now, don't be stupid, don't be a crash dummy and just put yourself in positions where people are going to take advantage of you. But at the same time, if you're living your life right, then you shouldn't be worried about someone doing something to you, you believe in God, and you're right by other people. There's nobody going to be showing up. Now, if you live a life of trifling, screwing over people all the time, then yeah, looking over your shoulder is totally rational, because at some point somebody's going to show up that you've done something that you've wronged. It could happen. But if you don't live your life that way, if you live your life being good to people, and being fair, then you shouldn't have nothing to be afraid of. Accidents happen, things happen. You could be struck by lightning. Yes, it could happen. Well, when it's cloudy and it's lightning and striking, don't stand next to something that's, trees or something. Don't go out in the lightning storm. But if it's a clear sky and you go outside, then and you got struck by lightning, then I guess it was just your time to go. And there's no reason to live your life in a way that you can't even go outside because you're scared you're going to get struck by lightning. And I think that's the way people live. They're always afraid of that lightning strike happening. It's just terrible, man. It makes me sad to see. Anyways, I'm going to come back to that because I'm totally not in it right now. I got to get into the groove. I got to get rolling here. So let's go into a story. You know what? Let's just do some scrolling. How about that? And see what pops up. Just to kind of give myself a chance to warm up. I have some stuff. I missed the show yesterday, so I have way too much stuff actually for one show. But let's just do some scrolling and see what pops up so that I can get my engine rolling. And I apologize for being late too. Man, the BET Awards happened recently, and that's been all over the internet. They got better. They got better ratings than they did in the previous years. So I guess it was a good show. I don't never watch any of that stuff, so I don't really get into it. But I'm an internet person, so I saw a lot of clips. Let's read this. It says, if you catch yourself begging for someone for human decency, a response, time together, clarity, respect, some compassion, some kindness, you need to step back and realize that you're begging someone for the bare minimum. That's ridiculous and beneath you. F that. Man, I feel that. That's probably why it showed up on my timeline. I'm totally feeling that right now. What is this? Some fireworks stuff? Montgomery County, the Woodlands, Texas. Y'all so funny. Cops came immediately after we popped this one firework. But when I was in the hood, y'all don't come for ish. Get your life ops fucking out. So Montgomery County. Well, depending on where you are, they are a lot more sensitive to this, that, and the other. So you got to be aware of where you are. And so he said this is in the Woodlands. The Woodlands is very, very nice. I ain't gonna lie. So if you want to keep your neighborhood nice, then you keep riffraff getting up in there. So, and I get the argument as far as being in the hood and then the police not showing up. Like it's like they're scared to show up.
Stop popping in my face. It don't look like things that went off, but I guess it is. That's the only one we're doing. No, it's not.
And if it's illegal to pop the fireworks, then it's illegal to pop the fireworks in that area. You don't know, maybe it's a good reason for it. I know in the woodlands they have a lot of trees and stuff, so maybe there's a lot of brush or dry limbs or, dry leaves that can catch and start a really big fire, in their defense, a lot of times you don't know. Sometimes rules are in place for good reasons. Either way, you can in Houston, there's always a place to drive to and go ahead and pop them. You don't have to pop them right there in front of your house. You can just drive to an area that is legal to pop because there's plenty of areas that are. Is this on the Breakfast Club? Because if it is, I can't play it. They be getting me for that. I don't know what this is on.
I'm gonna do what I want to do. Mm-hmm.
It's got music in the background. I'm not gonna play it. Cares what 50 Cent have to say anyway. It says Drake reveals that his new album features a song with Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj got a lot of features lately, and I know that Nicki Minaj features are not cheap. So that means she's having a good year. Because it doesn't matter how well those songs do. She wants her money up front, and it's not a small. Her features are expensive. I think she's like one of the most expensive features in the business. It's because she's made so many hits. So it's like if you get her for a feature, you're pretty much guaranteed a hit. Drake is up there too.
Get turned on, and they defend the body against damage that causes the aging process. And so what I've over time learned to do is to skip meals. I'm not always successful. Sometimes I have breakfast in beautiful places, but my goal is to not eat a large meal until dinner. And then I eat a very healthy vegan meal, very rarely alcohol. I went almost completely to plants. And my body has responded. I look better. I think my skin is better. I feel better. My memory is certainly better. But I think it's not just what you eat, it's also when you eat. And this constant eating, 3 meals a day plus snacks, is making us age faster than we need to.
Yeah, I think that we all should eat less. If we're here in the United States now, it's different depending on where you are in the world. But if you're here in the United States, you should eat less. We all eat too much here in the United States. So eating less is better. Less is better. Less is better. You want to eat more quality foods, but less is better. We eat too much. We eat too much snacks. We eat too much sugar. That's why I don't bring snacks into my house. Like my kids complain about it. My oldest has gotten used to it. So she doesn't say anything anymore. But my youngest, she complains all the time. I don't bring potato chips, snacks, candies. I don't buy cakes. I don't buy none of that stuff, It's all trash food anyway. Now, if you do want something sweet, I'll get something like that you can make. Like you can bake some cookies or you can bake some cinnamon rolls or something like that. And the reason why I do that is because if you want something sweet, you want it bad enough that you're gonna prepare it, when you have those boxes of different kinds of snacks, all you have to do is go grab it and open it up and eat it. It's lazy, and you may not even be hungry, and you may not even really want it. So if you have to preheat the oven, pull out a cookie sheet or whatever, place it on there, set your timer, and wait, and then go get it or whatever, then you really wanted it. You're not going to do all that if you don't really want it. You end up eating less that way anyways, because once you eat those, then now you got to make some more if you want some more. That's just my way of doing that. I'm just trying to warm up, y'all, because I kind of got I came in too fast. I wasn't ready. I have to prepare and get my mind right and stuff before I get into this. A lot of stuff we talk about on here is heavy, politics, news. This one, it says, you always own the option of having no opinion. You always own the option of having no opinion. I don't know if I get that. This is my random ass timeline. I used to show this all the time on the show. It says when people treat you like they don't care, believe them. Why is there so many of these kinds of flows showing up on my timeline? It's totally like where I'm feeling right now. Like reading my mind. I guess it's my energy output. It's reacting to my energy. That's how I'm feeling right now. You know, actually, I've been feeling kind of sad. I've been feeling kind of down. It's been a lot going on. My car broke down. They told me I needed to pay $2,200 to get my AC and battery fixed and replaced. The compressor went out. I'm just done with this car. It's like I want to throw this car away. I'm not spending no more money on this car. So I paid enough to keep it running, keep it going until I'm ready to get me a new car because I'm ready to get a new car. So that's where I'm at on that. Soon, 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 soon. I don't like to make rash moves, so I'm going to make it when I'm comfortable. Maya looks so good. Like she's getting older and she looks so good. It's really amazing. This one, it says unconditional love does not mean unconditional tolerance. Unlearn that. There goes another one. I don't even follow this page. It's like a recommended. Like they just know how I'm feeling right now. This one, it says the hidden pain behind I don't need anyone. I've been let down too many times. My trust has been betrayed. I've had to figure everything out on my own. I know the pain of rejection and abandonment. I had no one I could rely on. I always had to be strong and independent. It's really, really sad. That's sad. That's sad. Anyways, I think I'm going to start getting into it because I'm starting to warm up a little bit. The face of those manta rays is a trip. Like, look at that. It's so cute. They make a whole face. They terrorizing this damn animal, though. It's cute to us, but he's probably freaking out. It's sad how we treat animals like they're like our toys. Hopefully, that thing stings the shit out of him. God forgive me. God forgive me. I'm not wishing nothing on no one. Um, let's go into some stuff. Let's go into something. Y'all, bear with me. I don't have nobody in here with me right now, and that's another thing that's giving me anxiety. Where are you guys? Come on. I could do this alone, but I'd much rather do it with other people. Let's go to this. Wait, do I have wait, hold on. Let me check something. I might already have that in here. What is this? D&B ravers when the DJ drops the most. Oh, this is just funny. Let me go to that. It says D&B ravers when the DJ drops the most filthiest and outrageous bass line. This is funny to me because it's like you got, I don't know. I grew up in the church and, you catch the Holy Ghost or whatever, but I always felt like and I don't want to say too much. I'm going to offend somebody, but this is hilarious to me. I'll just say that. Let's see. What does this say? African women walked around with exposed breasts, and African men did not slut shame. Slut shaming came from European Christianity. This is a thing I be talking about a lot. Jay Lethal is the guy who inspired me to start doing this show because he does his little live show, and I was checking him out, and I was like, man, I could do that. And he's like one of the biggest inspirations for me to do the show. And we had these arguments. We used to work together about the nipple, and I would be like, we need to free the nipple. And he's like, no, man, that's debauchery, And then recently in the news, that's probably why Chaka Bars posted this too. is because there was a Kiki Palmer, or her husband was upset about the outfit she wore to the BET Awards. It had her backside all out, and hey, that's your wife, and I think you do have a say in. She's representing you, just like the other way around. So if she feels like you're walking around, you know, uh, not being respectful to yourself, she could say something too. It goes both ways. It's not a misogynistic thing. The woman could say, "Hey, can you make yourself a little more presentable before we go outside? You represent me. We're married." And the guy could say the same thing. That's how I feel about that. Um, so yeah, I don't think he was out of line for saying that. But the internet is really hard on the guy, and it's just kind of showing the double standards of the internet, because the women are like, "Girl, don't let him tell you nothing. You can come out and look at however you want to look, or whatever, wear whatever you want to wear, whatever." And at the same time, like, there's a meme going around where it shows like the guy kind of like pushing up on another girl, like as far as they're dancing, and then the woman is like, "Girl, don't let him do that. That's disrespectful to you." So then it's like, okay, man, y'all can't have your cake and eat it too. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about that. But on the other side, the back to the nipple, um, you know, you have places that you can go in the world where a nipple is not sexual at all. It really shouldn't be sexual at all. You know, it's it, feeding a child, a baby eating, it's mother's milk. That's not sexual. It shouldn't be anyways. And so, I think that it's been over sexualized. The nipple has been over sexualized, especially in these European countries and these Western nations. The nipple is over sexualized. Um, so this one is saying that, it says African women walked around with exposed breasts. So, you see a lot of the art from the old back in the days, and it shows the women, and yeah, so the breasts are out there. And so, I think that the people didn't look at it the same way as we do now. We've been trained to look at things in a certain way, and to sexualize the nipple and sexualize the breast or whatever. And I don't think that that's our nature, really. It's kind of a perversion, and we've gone very perverted, and I think a lot of it is related to religion, you know, with us trying to be so holy. What we've done is we've perverted things that shouldn't be sexual, and made them taboo and sexual, and they shouldn't be. Anyways, I got a lot of distractions going on right now. I can't even focus. What does this say? Let's read this. It says power couples are the ones having uncomfortable conversations, helping each other overcome past trauma, and ugly crying to save their relationship. They prioritize growth and are the main source of inspiration for each other. So this person commented, they said it all starts with communication. Another one, it says, I have I have a relationship that I lost, and I have never wanted to fight so hard for her, and it makes me want to cry and tell her everything about me and how truly sorry I am for not showing my feelings and not being there for her. And I could bring some tears to my eyes, I ain't gonna lie. It says, by her, I mean the person in my situation similar to yours. This one, it says, all you can do is try and be better. Trust me, I know. And I had to look in the mirror long and hard. But when she helped me, everything was better. Hate to see you feel down. Don't even know you, but it will get better. It's nice to see people supporting each other on the internet. The internet is so full of people calling each other names and stuff. Seeing some reassuring words is nice. It says, go after her and still try your best. If you're lucky, you get a second chance. If she moved on, at least you tried your best. Another comment, it says, I like this so much more than I am setting boundaries that require you to stop talking immediately upon my first request for silence. And saying anything else shatters my snow globe and creates a toxic environment. You know, c- communication is not just some one person talking. Like, messages have to go and be received for there to be communication happening. So if one person is not listening, if one person doesn't understand, you know, if the person that's speaking is speaking in the language that the other person, you know, it's a give and take that happens with communication, you know, and you have to care enough to want to be understood. And you have to care enough to try to understand, you know, and if those things aren't happening, then communication isn't happening. And I see the communications and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And maybe it's because of the internet and all these damn emojis. I hate these damn emojis. And but I think people are just so selfish, you know, they're so self-centered, you know, that they don't even care to communicate, you know, they're not even trying, you know. It's kind of like the post that you do on the internet. You just take a picture of yourself and you post it, and that's not really communicating with anybody. That's just like, look at me, you know. Anyways, I'm gonna get emotional. It sucks, it really sucks. You try to get people to communicate. People are so superficial nowadays, you know. People are so shallow, you know, and they're afraid. They're afraid of someone actually seeing them for who they are because they're so shallow and there's nothing there. Let me read this. It says, if students wanted their loans forgiven, why the F didn't they just take Sam Alito on a luxury fishing vacation and tell him how to vote? I mean, show some initiative, people. This is funny because it's like it's poking fun at the situation. So it's like, you know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and take Sam Alito on a luxury fishing vacation. You know, if that way you can influence the court and get it to vote coming your way, and you know, otherwise you don't. You're just lazy. Anyways, comment, it says, if they can't afford to pay their loans, they sure can't afford to take him on a vacation, which is why this rich guy always wins. It was a joke, bro. Let me read this one. It says, ooh, look, now Jeff is paying to have his most inoffensive milk toast neoliberal tweets posted here too. Maybe. Another comment that says billboard material. I agree. It should be broadcasted across. But I think a lot of people wouldn't get it. They're not going to get it. I wish people were smarter. So much goes over people's head. Yeah, I just posted those for fun. Where is everybody? Okay, I'm gonna stop stalling now. Let's go ahead and get into it. I should be warmed up now. Um, let's look at this. 1 second. How come I can't see this right? Because that's the link. What's going on? Check it out. So, Millionaire Mentor. Am I sharing this? Millionaire Mentor. BRICS to launch new currency backed by gold at August summit. Now, this is a big deal, okay? This is a big deal. It says during an upcoming summit in August, the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are planning to introduce a new currency that will be backed by gold. This decision comes as a result of the growing interest from other nations in joining BRICS. The aim is to create a common currency that can enhance the global influence of BRICS and potentially challenge the dominance of the US dollar. Boom, boom, boom. So, yeah, this is what Gaddafi got killed. This is how Gaddafi got killed. But I think these people will have a much better chance of pulling it off because you can't, it's too much going on, you know. And, you know, I think that the war in Ukraine might have something to do with this. But not only that, the war in Ukraine is kind of driving this to happen. you know. So the BRICS are gonna they're planning to release in August, which is like next month, a gold backed currency for BRICS. And there's a whole long list of countries that want to join BRICS. So it's about to grow too. So, and then they're going to have a gold backed currency that unites all of those countries. Mm-mm-mm. And the dollar has been in trouble for a long time, you know. I think that the military, the US military is what's propping the dollar up, really. So, but then when you're going to have a currency that's actually worth something because it's backed by gold. Mm-mm-mm. There goes the hegemony of the US dollar, and there goes the, bi- bipolar world. There's, multiple powers, you know. So now you could choose a side, you know. A lot of countries will too. I really wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those Europe or a couple of those European countries start jumping ship and jump in the boat with these guys. Don't be surprised. Somebody like Germany or even France, I would not be surprised. What's up, Pat? You there?
Yeah, man. What's up? What's up?
Uh, I can't hear you good. Is it me?
Maybe not.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, that's better. Yeah, man,
What's
I'm
going
sorry
on?
for missing the show last night, man. I apologize, but I had a lot going on. My car. I saw you posted online. Your truck broke down or something. Like you was having looked like your transmission oil leak or something.
Nah, that was a coolant leak, but it was weird where it came out, where the leak was coming from. That's like my exhaust system
Hmm.
where that leak was coming from.
Yeah.
But they said it was nothing too serious. It was like a little plastic piece that was separating that whatever it was. I don't know the name of the part, but they was able to take that out and put
Get you
something
back on
in.
the road.
Yeah,
That's good. Shit, I that's part of the reason why I wasn't on the show yesterday. I was dealing with my car, um, and other things. So yeah, my car was in the shop, and then I had to go to my job and do some moving around. So I was Ubering and walking and catching the bus and in the sun and shit. So yeah, by the evening time, I was tired as hell and stressed out, and that's why I didn't come on the show last night.
yeah. I mean,
So and I didn't get the car out until this morning,
damn,
and I was late to work because the car wasn't ready. By the time I had to be to work,
damn.
it's all good.
Well, that's what makes life interesting.
Yeah,
You know.
life goes on.
Yeah.
Anyways, what do you think about this? So it's saying that what did it say? During an upcoming summit in August, the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are planning to introduce a new currency that will be backed by gold.
I want some.
Yeah. I wonder what they're gonna call it. They should call it a brick. The gold brick.
I mean, I look like I said. I want some.
Yep. Its value probably gonna start. It would be something to invest in because the value's probably gonna start, medium priced, and it's definitely gonna go up without a doubt. So you could probably make some money overnight by investing in it. You know.
I wonder if I can get it early, for cheaper.
Well, you can't buy it until it's out, so that's gonna be the thing.
Well, got a little bit of that of my own anyway. A little gold, a little silver.
Yeah, gold is always a good. The precious metals are always a good investment. Let me read some comments. It says it's a great idea for all involved. The biggest problem I see is trust. Do enough people trust these nations to actually hold that gold? And who is confirming it? That's funny that they say trust because United States don't even have, and how much trust do people have in the United States or trust, that they have that the dollar is actually backed by something, that's actually valuable, I think that people would trust, I think people would trust this, um, that's what I think, just on
Well,
his face.
um, because I mean, I guess that's one of the reasons that how we got scammed in the first place was, but but they wanted us to give us all of our gold for for this new system that is back with nothing, and it's like people wasn't going for it at first. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of people that was like they like it was a fight, for, for the switch over. But I don't know, man. I think they've already made a pretty good alliance. I don't, this is not really a new thing. This is something that they've been, working on for some time now. Maybe it's already been somewhat in existence, and they hold a great bit of gold already, all of them.
Yeah.
So it may not even really matter because it's really based on the connection, you know, the whole.
Right. Right. And they've been trading with yuan. Remember we were talking about the Chinese yuan, that they were buying the oil. They were trading the oil with using the yuan. So I think that throughout these countries they were using the yuan because it was the stable currency, and that's what gave them strength. And
So
Brazil
I
is
mean, well, China is at the you know, I guess the foundation of it. You know what I'm saying? It's their stability that really pushes a lot of everybody else's. I mean, just them playing a part. Because I said, I mean, Brazil. They don't really have like they don't have they're not no rich country, but just the fact that they're gonna play,
well,
they're
they
gonna.
they are in resources. You know, I think that people don't realize how big Brazil is and how many people are there, and they're growing like crazy. So it's about future markets too. That's the thing. India is. That's what I was about to say. Brazil is growing like crazy, and India is growing like crazy. These are future markets. Future people with cell phones and the electricity and the internet and shit, able to buy shit off of Amazon.
Well, and I guess I am kind of relating it to, how America treats them. But I mean, overall, I mean, I know, I mean, the alliance isn't just for nothing, you know. So, but I'm just
Everybody
saying,
got
as
to
far
have
as,
something to bring to the table, or otherwise, why would they even, make the deal with them?
well, yeah, exactly.
I want to say Brazil has oil too. I know Venezuela does. They're talking about joining this. Um, let's read some comments. It says this one. It says, "I remember when the euro was supposed to bring this kind of scare to the U.S. Now the euro doesn't even register as a footnote anymore." I don't know about that, buddy. The euro is still pretty strong.
It's
Um, yeah, the euro is still pretty strong.
it's not it's another it's just another currency, just like the dollar.
Yeah,
It's not backed by gold.
yeah. I don't think it's backed by gold. But it's strong though. Let me read this comment. It says, "Amount of Americans who got offended and scared like little babies shows BRICS is going in the right direction." I think that's a good comment. Another comment, it says, "Why is America being left out?" Well, buddy, if you don't
Where have you
understand,
been?
yeah, I don't know where to start to answer that, buddy. Why is America being left out? Come on, man.
Well, America's not being left out because Brazil is
Yeah, that's the way you can look at it. So what they
there.
mean is the United States.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, there's so much wrong with that comment. There's a lot wrong with that. Let me see what I want to go into. It's so much been going on, man, and I missed yesterday, so I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go with this right now. Y'all give me a second.
I'm I might be muting a bit because I'm gonna be heading to get hot water for my tea and stuff, but I will be listening and just you know
All right,
yeah.
y'all check this one out. I would have made me some hot tea too if I had more time, but I didn't. So hot tea sounds really, really good to me right now.
Well,
Check
I
this
mean, I'm
out.
I'm in my truck, so
It's,
I
it's
just gotta
not
go.
that hard for me, but I gotta
Yeah.
do the show, so I can't do it at the same time. Check this out. It says students suspended for quoting Abraham Lincoln in class. That's interesting, right?
What?
Newsbreak article. It says modern anthropology. It doesn't give the author. Let's read some of it. It says last week a high school student brought a book to class for his teacher to review. In the book, there was a quote by Abraham Lincoln that contradicted his history lesson. Suppressed quote: without the military help of the black freedmen, the war against the South could not have been won. President Abraham Lincoln. So that was the quote that the kid read. It says the student also pointed out that the commonly known story about the Statue of Liberty differed from the actual historical account. The book, titled The Secret Origins of Black Americans, utilized credible sources from government agencies such as the National Archives and the National Park Service. The teacher graciously permitted the student to share the book with the class. Unfortunately, the student faced disciplinary action and was suspended the next day. This unfortunate situation is occurring in various parts of the country. So, this is interesting. It's like it points to the fact that, they don't teach history properly, and then someone comes in with stuff that's got good sources and they get in trouble for it. So he got in trouble for an actual quote that uh, Link, President Abraham Lincoln said. And the part about the Statue of Liberty is the part, wasn't the original Statue of Liberty. It was a woman with chains around her.
I think it's still there, right? I thought the chains was still there,
I don't know.
but I think the top portion is something that was changed so that it would reflect more of a European um, facial structure and things like that instead of the black
Right.
woman that
It
it
was a
was
gift.
original.
It was a gift from France, right? And it was a black woman
Yeah,
in chains
yeah,
originally, and they've made changes over time. Let's read some
yep.
more. It says teachers are concerned that they will be subject to a complaint for simply teaching honestly about U.S. history, said Deborah Minkart, executive director of Teaching for Change, a nonprofit organization dedicated to building social justice in the classroom. Minkart co-directs the Zen Education Project, which hosted a national Teach Truth of Action on June 10th, along with more than 50 co-sponsoring organizations, including the Southern Poverty Law Center, Learning for Justice program. They said the critiques seem disingenuous and designed to intimidate or threaten the teacher and limit what can be caught, Minkert said. Mississippi, Florida, and Georgia censored materials in schools last year. Book, it says The Secret Origins of Black Americans, Preserving History, Ethnicity, and Culture in the Face of Ethnocide by Eurocentrists and Afrocentrists. So they gave a bunch of links here. That was a very short article. Newsbreak articles are really short.
Yeah, but straight to the point.
Yeah, I don't want to read that. So yeah, it's interesting that this kid did some quotes for of Abraham Lincoln, and then he ended up getting suspended for it. Out of all the things you could discipline a child for,
It's truth. That's like you know, and but that's the type of world been living in recently or lately, is one that can't be honest about the world, because you know, if you exert, like, or you give any kind of idea of like actuality, or uh like, because I mean, just imagine, I mean, that's history. You start talking about real science, bro, you liable to get tackled, because you know what I'm saying, like, I mean, who's really using real science anymore? I mean, like, we just went through a whole period of, where it really matters, and they like went out of their way to censor um Harvard doctors that know their shit, and instead of the people having that to balance what they're hearing from one side, like, it was just like, so yeah, truth right now really, especially with the, like, because right now, if we don't stand up for like the truth and things that really matter, like, a lot of our future, we're hanging our future generation by allowing them to believe things that's not true, and to stand on, because that's going to become their truth. The things that's being pushed toward them now is, like, it's going to become what they believe, when there's things that's outweighs it by 10. So I don't know. I'm not surprised that it's happening, but we can't, you know what I'm saying, we can't be quiet about stuff like this, because our future matters. Like, it,
and we can't know, like, we can't make good decisions if we don't even know, how we got here, and you being so ashamed of your past, and it must be something in it that you should be some kind of retribution for. You should be apologizing for it,
well,
you
well,
know.
the I mean, the big problem with the statement is, I mean, it's not his action or his willing to share, it's what was shared, because I mean, they don't they don't want people to, because I mean, all right, what segment, I mean, if it was a black teacher, I'm assuming it was a white teacher or another of than black, because I mean, pointing out that without the freedmen, or the recently freed slaves, or an idea that was that's not popular, like, what, why would they be why would they be upset? But I mean, some people knew that, like, they were getting their asses handed to them until Lincoln deal with some slaves, so that you know involved, that they free
Yeah, you're
through.
breaking up. Um, yeah, well, it probably wasn't the teacher who suspended him. The principal has to be the one that does that. So, no telling. Somebody probably complained, and that's usually how these things go. Somebody complained, and then the principal decided to do some disciplinary action. Um, let's.
Okay, can you
Yeah, I can hear you.
just check? This is just a mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Well, let me just say this, because, well,
I was
well,
about to go into something else. I'm trying to decide on where I want to go. I want to go into Trump or this thing about the cluster munitions. Um, this it says no sanitizing cheesy American euphemism, no surgical strike or collateral damage. Who can come up with the best euphemism to whitewash the latest American madness? It says cluster munitions will be used extremely carefully, specifically to minimize risk to civilians. White House. So they recently said they were going to send some these cluster munitions to Ukraine. So and then they're defending it, but it's ironic and it's um, hypocritical because they are always talking bad about the cluster bombs, saying Russia uses them and that they're dangerous for because they're not very accurate. They're dangerous for civilians. They can leave the little pieces of them that's unexploded that can cause damage years and years later. So they're really just not cool. But they're sending some to Ukraine and they're defending.
Is that it is going to use these in a very careful way that is aimed at minimizing any risk to civilians. And by the way, Ukraine, the democratically elected government of Ukraine, has every incentive to minimize risk to civilians because it's their citizens, it's Ukrainians who they are trying to protect and defend. This is not Ukraine taking these and going and using them in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia or in some faraway land. They're using them on their territory to defend their territory. Is that it is going to use these in a very careful way that is aimed.
So this is them dancing around and knowing that it's a dangerous thing.
Yeah. But I think what most people need to realize is that, and something that I think that was somewhat, pointed out to me is that this is still mostly a money grab. You know, just people believing that whatever that they're sending over there is actually being used, or like this is just another way to they're robbing America but using Ukraine as the way to extract those funds.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't get too up in arms about it because they're gonna do that part anyway, but
It's just the hypocrisy, when you point fingers at Russia saying that they shouldn't use this exact same weapon, and then you use the exact same weapon, and then you defend it.
well, no,
That's
I get it, but that's because that's definitely something that's going on, but to really the damage that they're saying that will happen from it probably won't happen really. Like I said, these clusters probably cost a lot, and it's something that they can say that's money that was spent. That's pretty much all. It's not necessarily it's probably not going to be used.
yeah, I wouldn't put much faith in that. Let's play this one. It says that those documents were properly contained, properly secured, and was his right under the Presidential Records Act to be able to maintain those in a secure location. Those are the facts. What's also a fact is Biden should be prosecuted. So this is Newsmax. Let's play this.
And investigated and quite frankly impeached. Impeach him right after his inauguration. They have been hell-bent after him this entire time. As it relates to those documents, they were properly contained, properly secured, and it was his right under the Presidential Records Act to be able to maintain those in a secure location. Those are the facts. What's also the facts is that Joe Biden should be prosecuted and investigated and quite frankly impeached because he is the one that violated the law with years of mishandling documents that weren't properly secured, kept in a garage with his Corvette, not in any way showing any regard for national security or the rule of law. But where is the prosecution investigation of Joe Biden? Where is the prosecution investigation, quite frankly, of Hillary Clinton or Hunter Biden? Nowhere to be found. Because impeach him right after his inauguration. They have been hell-bent after.
Well, Hunter did get in trouble
With who?
recently. He caught a case. They gave him a case. I don't remember
No,
exactly.
yeah, they gave him a misdemeanor charge of some IRS stuff, but none of the stuff that he really, like, a lot of stuff that he really should be charged with, he didn't get charged with. So I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, like, there's a whole line of stuff that's been happening on that side of the party line that nobody gets charged with, but you know, it's not exactly the same when you look at, you know, what happens, you know, because I mean, they really went hard on Trump, but you know, he's somebody who was, you know, not one of those that was playing the game that they've been playing. You know, they got to get rid of him and make an example of anybody who tries to come after him that wants to stand up for the people. I mean, that's really what this is all about.
Let me play this.
Lady are standing by their son Hunter as he reaches a plea deal with federal prosecutors. All the major networks broke into regular programming.
A major development in the investigation of the president's son, that would be Hunter Biden.
He has reached a deal with federal prosecutors to plead guilty.
Hunter is set to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor counts of failing to pay his taxes and reached an agreement over felony possession of a handgun by a drug user. In a statement, the White House is making it clear the president and first lady are sticking by his side. They love their son and support him as he continues to rebuild his life. He reiterated that support today at a conference in San Francisco.
I'm very proud of my son.
The president has really made little effort to distance himself publicly from his son. Instead, he has really embraced him.
Hunter has come out of the shadows in recent months. Last December, he worked the room during a celebration for Kennedy Center honorees. In April, he attended the annual White House Easter egg roll. And the following week, Hunter accompanied the president on his trip to Ireland.
I'm here with my sister Valerie and my younger son Hunter Biden. Stand up, guys. I'm proud of you.
Despite a series of embarrassing photos found on his so-called laptop from hell depicting his life when he was an admitted drug addict, the president has defended his son for years, as recently as last month.
First of all, my son's done nothing wrong. I trust him. I have faith in him.
Now, with this plea deal, Hunter will likely avoid any jail time, but Republicans are vowing to continue their probe of the president's family.
Money has come from foreign entities into shell companies, moved to other shell companies by the president, and paid members of his family all the way down to grandchildren as well.
Yeah, so y'all want to make comments on that?
Well, I like to say what's fair is fair, and you know, just like it when, you know, people telling me that, you know, Trump is you know, evil and he's this and that and the third, he needs to go be locked up. I just ask people to keep that same energy when it comes to their favorites, because we've been being shown a long time how a lot of people on the Democratic Party has been crossing the line and doing things illegal, and it's way worse than what Trump has been accused with, and nothing ever happens to them. So I mean, just don't be, and I'll say don't be surprised, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess I can't really say that too much because, I mean, nothing ever happens to them when they're doing stuff. So, and I say Democrats, but the neoliberal side, because it's more so that than anything else, because Trump is not really a part of that neoliberal or neocon type of government. He's a nationalist, which they he's going against the grain just with that idea. Just caring about country, caring about his own nation, and dealing with our issues here. They're more so they want to take over the world. They want to run everything. So anybody that's on that, so that's even from the Bushes, the Clintons, the Obamas, and of course the Bidens. All of them are in the same game.
Let me read this. It says KGP says that irresponsible reporting is alleging that the cocaine found in the White House might have belonged to the Biden family. She then goes on to call a journalist in the briefing room irresponsible for asking the White House to unequivocally say that the drugs do not belong to the Biden family. To ask the question is actually incredibly irresponsible.
There has been some irresponsible reporting about the family, and so I got to call that out here. And I have been very clear. I was clear 2 days ago when talking about this over and over again as I was being asked a question. As you know, and media outlets reported this, the Biden family was not here. They were not here. They were at Camp David. They were not here Friday. They were not here Saturday. They were not here Sunday. They were not even here Monday. They came back on Tuesday. So to ask that question is actually incredibly irresponsible. And I'll just leave it there. Okay. There has been some irresponsible reporting about the
Okay, so
family.
who is it for?
So she says it's irresponsible.
To even ask.
She says it's irresponsible reporting. I don't know. Um, Let me read some tweet replies here. It says, that was the reason for the journalist question. Was there solid evidence backing it, or was it just built on hearsay and bias? Uh, Another one, it says, I'm interested to see a thorough investigation happen. It also seems journalistic integrity is being questioned here.
Yeah. No, everybody else is going to be in question, not them, and you're going to be demonized if you question. That's like, I mean, that's a common thing. Like, I dare you. Oh my God, could you? I can't even imagine. Like, why? How could you even consider that this cocaine that was in the West Wing of the presidential palace, that like this could even be possible to say that it could be theirs? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just it's crazy that how they try to spin it. But I mean, that's anybody's gonna ask that, and you just stand on your game and you say what you're gonna say. But to try to make somebody, demonize somebody else just for asking, like, I don't know. To me, that's just wrong.
This tweet right here, it says, why would anybody think the cocaine belonged to Hunter Biden?
I'm
And then,
thinking, shoot, it could be for Joe.
yeah, totally. I
I
mean,
mean, or his wife, or her mistress, or whoever, whoever taking her to Pound Town these days. I mean,
or whatever. I mean,
staff. I mean, something. I mean,
it's
just
it's hypocritical too. I mean, because the cocaine is so common. It's so common. Everybody does it.
a lot of people do. I
Uh,
ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of people do it. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
a lot of people.
So,
So you know,
and then for it to be, because I mean, for for it to be the main, like, all right, this is at the White House, so of course people are gonna ask if it was the president or someone closely related to him, or nobody's going to think that, oh well, they were gone for 4 days or 3 days or whatever. But okay, well, how long was it there? Do you know how long it was there? Do you not know if it was there like a week before, or
Yeah,
like
did
maybe
they leave it there?
maybe the last party that they had, that somebody forgot it there. It doesn't have to say it was necessarily theirs, but
Maybe
you
they was
know,
coming back for it after they come back. It'd be like, what happened to my stuff? Like, what the
yeah, I
fuck?
mean, yeah, since they weren't there, they delivery guy was like, well, look, I mean, I can't come back. What you mean do? Well, just leave it on the such and such side. What I'm saying? Like, it was left there for them for when they do get back, so that they ain't got to go, looking and stressing and whatever. So it's crazy, man. But the, the and it's insane to me that it's a journalist's job to ask the wild crazy questions anyway. Like, you should be expecting that. Okay, that question, you don't be like disappointed that somebody's actually asking the question that the million, like, what every American, no, what every human being on the planet wants to know, that has heard about this whole story. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be irresponsible for them not to ask the question, regardless of how silly it might be.
Yeah, you can't get mad at them for asking the question. I mean, like, you know, that's just shows, like she has a really hard job. I say that over and over. Like, freaking, that's a
Hmm.
tough job to do. You gotta freaking uh, p- portray a journalist
She's
and
she's not a
portray
good,
journalism.
but she's
You
not a
know,
good liar. That's the problem. She's not good at it. I mean, not to say that she's not a good journalist. Like, I think she has a bigger heart, and she has trouble dealing with some of these stories that come out about her boss, and like, she's not good at displaying the message that they need to get out. Like, she actually makes them look worse sometimes, I think, because I don't think that that's really in her character to lie. Yeah, it's a great job to have, but you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah.
that's a tough job right there. That's a tough job. Um, let's move on here. Check this out. It says President Biden just nominated infamous war criminal Elliot Abrams to be the U.S. advisor on public diplomacy. In this 2011 speech, Abrams boasts of his time inside the Reagan administration, waging wars of aggression all over the world, waging wars of aggression. So Ben Norton posted this. He said, while boasting of the murderous U.S. terror wars he oversaw on leftists in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Grenada, he left out the U.S. backed genocide of Guatemala. War criminal Elliot Abrams also bragged that the Reagan administration sponsored Poland's anti-communist union Solidarity um, with help from the Vatican, AFL, CIA, and AFL CIO.
Hey,
The over Go ahead.
I'm no, I was just gonna say, I just noticed my boy Deuce is in the queue. I wonder if we can get a brief statement or brief something from him on this and Biden story.
You,
Oh man,
It's been a while, man. Where you
what's
been?
up, Deuce? How you feeling?
shit, pretty good. Tired. We here, nigga. Here, nigga. We here, man. How y'all doing?
Doing pretty
Good,
good,
man.
bro.
Good to hear from you.
Yes.
Same here. Same here.
What
Yeah,
you,
man.
say, bro? What you think about this cocaine? Because I mean, you've been listening. Um, I assume you've been listening. What you think about this whole cocaine found at the White House, and then of course not that on one side, but on the other side of how they're handling people who even question the fact of where it's coming from, or or who it may be for.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, me personally, I mean, for them to come out and be, oh, this is completely stupid and disrespectful for you to say it belongs to the Biden. Well, for you guys to even utter those words, to me, that's like, what do you expect when they have a son that's a known drug addict? You know what I'm saying? That's known for using drugs. How many times have he, dipped and dabbed in drugs when he's supposed to be clean and sober? Uh, I mean, I think they're going about it the wrong way. Me personally, they launch an investigation for everything else they do. So why isn't there a full blown investigation launched on this? To see who the cocaine really was. Go back. I'm sure they got cameras in there. Go back, review film, see who it was. Uh, but there is a possibility that it could have. We're not gonna say the Bidens, but it could have very well been their sons if he's
Well,
been in the White House here recently.
well, Chaka, let me ask this: is anywhere in this story do they say how much was found?
I don't remember them saying an amount.
Because I mean, it's just cocaine. I mean, I'm saying, like it's just like saying, oh, would we be saying the same thing if it was like, oh, it was a quarter pound of marijuana, an ounce of marijuana, or something like that? I mean, it's like, oh, okay, somebody would have, probably fessed up to that right away, but the stigma behind cocaine, I somewhat, I guess I get that, they're trying to maybe distance themselves from that, but overall, I mean, it's not like, even, being accusing Hunter, like, to me, it's still kind of it's somewhat far fetched, because, like, why is he doing that at the White House? Like, I would assume that somebody else that's much closer, maybe an aide or some, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody who's got, that's gonna be there. But yeah, I guess Hunter would, be there as well, but it just seems like something very careless that what was it, a gram? You know what I'm saying? 8 ball? Like, I mean, what was it? Just like some little small, I don't know. It's just, to me, either way it
Yeah, a little
goes.
recreational.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, for them, a kilo is probably recreational in the way I see it, because I mean, you know, look, I mean, I might as well go on and spend 10 or 12, spend, a couple thousand to get something, and I'm gonna use it for, the next month or however long it might last, and then they might throw some parties. They not going to get no, gram or no, 8 ball or something like that on a, what I'm saying, like every day, every other day. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not that would be totally irresponsible if they were. You know what I'm saying? That would be stupid if they were. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they got millions of dollars. Like, it would make more sense to go on and get you, a quarter, half a key, you know what I'm saying? Something that's gonna, but either way,
Well, let's play a little devil's advocate and say that it could have been planted to try to shine more light and bring about more negative towards towards the administration that's in the White House.
oh,
I mean, you
okay.
can look at it from that point of view. That shit could have, like, come on, bro. Like, 'cause I mean, you think about it too. Like, who's really going around doing? I mean, I know they have to go through and look at certain things before the president enters a certain room and check things out and this and that. But
This
if it's
wouldn't be the
secret,
first administration that has somebody in it that is using cocaine. Like,
yeah,
bro, I mean, we can definitely just say, like, in recent, history, the Bushes have a close relationship to cocaine. You know what I'm saying? The son himself, I think, has, you know, used it in quote unquote college, but probably even while he was in the White House. I mean, Say, bro, these people, like, I'm not really mad at them anyway. I mean, if they were, they did or they didn't. That's one of the things that I guess I'm, like, okay, at least there's some normalcy or some, like, stop acting like you too a goody two shoe, and what I'm saying. Soon as the press conference is over, you trying to get you a bump or get a toke off of some pot or something. I mean, I think that would like, I mean, I don't expect them to just say it in the wide open. But here we have the conversation where they're saying is there. We're like, why are we even hearing about this in the news at all? What was the purpose of letting this thing? Because they could have kept it quiet. This was something that they allowed to come out. So like,
Mhm.
there's you really got like the science behind it all. There was a purpose for letting this thing leak out.
Well,
Yeah.
they are doing an investigation, and it was a small bag. That's what they're saying.
Okay, somebody could have easily, like anybody, could have had that in their pocket
Could have
and
dropped it.
just, yeah. Like, I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, but my problem is that here we have the press secretary. Well, they weren't here this day or that day and the next day, and or even they didn't come back until even after the next day, and you're trying to say that it was theirs. It's like, yeah, that's what we're saying. Yeah, it could have. Yeah, uh-huh. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, because I mean, if it was a small bag, I mean, it could have just went unnoticed by a bunch of people, until it wasn't unnoticed, like until it was noticed. You know what I'm saying? So,
Let me play this. It might clear it up.
The investigation into who brought cocaine into the White House could reportedly wrap up as soon as Monday, but that may not be enough for some congressional members who want to investigate security practices at the White House.
doing
Fox's Molly
good, man.
Henneberg reports.
The White House buying time on the whodunit story developing since last Sunday. Who left a bag of cocaine in a cubby in the West Wing of the White House?
So we'll let the investigation unfold. If it involves someone from the White House, the appropriate consequences will ensue.
The Secret Service says it's doing DNA analysis on the cocaine and reviewing security camera footage and staff and visitor logs. But officials say it's possible that they never solve this one. Florida Republican Congressman Mike Waltz says it's a massive breach of security.
Set aside this cocaine, a white powder that could have been anthrax or some other type of chemical or weapon of mass destruction, gets that close to the heartbeat of our government.
Kentucky Republican Congressman James Comer, who chairs the House Oversight Committee, sent a letter to the Secret Service director
Same.
asking for answers by mid-July, saying, quote, this alarming development requires the committee to assess White House security practices and determine whose failures led to an evacuation of the building and finding of the illegal substance. The cocaine was found near the highly classified Situation Room, but Jake Sullivan said today that that space is under construction and has not been used in months.
President Trump's former lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, dismisses the idea that this case cannot be solved and said Friday that he could find the culprit with a list of people who had access to that area of the White House and some lie detector tests. In Washington, Molly.
Giuliani. Why the hell they mentioned that dude? This story is just like a big, huge distraction. Like,
But that's a part of, like, that's a part of what I'm saying. Like, say, bro, from the 1800s on up to now, there's been a lot of cocaine been in that White House. Why all of a sudden this is, what I'm saying? Like, why all of a sudden this is a story?
because they're making it political. It's just like something to point at Biden, because Trump is in trouble. So then it's like pointing the fingers. It's like, well, look at what Biden is doing.
Yeah, I mean, it can be figured out. I mean, to some extent, I would assume. But I mean, like, there's people that's in there. Said that section is under construction. I mean, you don't want to say that one of the illegals that came in brought the cocaine in. I mean, what I'm saying? It could be like totally a random person, but by the way that they're handling it makes it more. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, honestly, I think that should have been something like I mean, until they had it more figured out to before they start getting unless, like I said, I mean, of course they used it as a form of distraction, but what was really happening that big that this was the right way to make to use this as a diversion.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I don't really want to spend much time on this story because
Yeah,
it's
no,
just
let's move on. I was just it's just fascinating to me because it really like I think that the story behind the story is what's I'm really wanting to get to than the this actual portion. But
yeah. Let me do some random stories. Y'all see there's a flying car is finna come on the market. Did y'all hear about
I
that?
I heard about that, man. Oh my God, yeah, I'm about to definitely get out of the trucking business. I'm not gonna be on the roads when people fucking talking about flying a fucking car.
Yeah.
Like, is there gonna be a certain exit ramps? Like, that's like what new structure is gonna be in place? I mean, people can they all of a sudden traffic builds up now, they can just leave the road and head for the hills?
Well, like I always be talking about the Jetsons, we should have already had flying cars, really. Technically. And why it's really surprising that we haven't had it already.
Well, we had it. I mean, that's like, I mean, it's existed for a long time. I mean, really, if you look at just what we call a helicopter, that is, I mean, it may not convert straight from the road but that is an example of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but they've had those things for a long time. Um, Cars that can convert back in the 90s, I would say. Definitely early 2000s, but they had at least a prototype for it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not for getting prepared to go out to the public where anybody can purchase it, but the technology for it has existed for decades already.
Let me play this.
Okay, I don't know how you'll feel about this, but flying cars are actually becoming closer to reality. The so-called world's first flying car received a legal approval to fly. This is coming from the federal government. The special certification limits where the car can fly, though. This is what we know. It's a Model A flying car that would be capable of driving on roads, but also fly to avoid traffic jams.
So it's a
The
Tesla?
company that makes this car says it is 100% electric with a flying range of 110 miles. It has a suggested retail price of something I can't afford, $300,000. Okay.
300K. Oh yeah, but I could see people who buying Lambos and um like the supercars and stuff like that. I don't know why I can't think of any other ones right off, but
McLaren,
yeah,
McLaren's,
the
Bugatti.
the Lambos, the shit. Well, however, anybody that's buying those vehicles, rappers gonna be some of the first ones you're gonna be that's gonna be showing up with some shit like that. But I mean, will you have to have a
Welcome
different type
back.
of license?
I don't think you have to have a special license. I don't know. Let me play some of this right here because the guy who's coming out with is gonna say some stuff. Let's play this.
Step forward in the future of flight, a Silicon Valley company received special approval from the federal government to put its flying electric cars to the test in the skies. National correspondent James Packard has the high-flying details from California.
Meet George Jetson.
For decades, shows like The Jetsons and movies like Back to the Future have us anticipating the day when flying cars are the norm.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Now, Silicon Valley-based Aleph Aeronautics is one step closer to having the first electric flying car on the roads.
Hey, I'm gonna have
and
to step
in
out. My
the air.
headset died.
This
So,
after the company
y'all
was granted a
on Valkyrie
special certification from the Federal Aviation Administration to test its products in the
Just plug it up
skies.
and come
With
back.
this certification, we can actually fly close to home for different kind of purposes.
Jim Duchovny is one of the founders of the Northern California-based Sustainable Electric Transportation Company. He says the special government certification gives his company clearance to operate its Model A flying car over parts of Silicon Valley, an electric vehicle capable of driving on roads like an automobile or zooming up like a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. He says it's the first vehicle of its kind to receive such a clearance for test runs from the federal government.
I would claim it actually to be the first traditional car, and especially an electric car. Looks like a car, can be parked in a parking space, can be driven on a regular street with vertical takeoff, which is allowed by the government to fly. It's maybe a very small step for plane. It's a giant step for cars.
Aleph unveiled the full-size sports model car in October 2022, along with 2 working full-size demonstrator cars. Since then, pre-orders have been booming, with everyone from college students to boomers, even companies, looking to get behind the wheel of this first-of-a-kind ride. The price tag, $300,000.
We have actually the regular line and priority line. You can pretty much sure that most people in priority line have enough cash and want to get the first car. They are early adopters usually. They were one of the first ones who bought Teslas. They're the first who bought a lot of new technology.
Duchovny says the 6-figure sticker price for the futuristic vehicle may be steep to start, but that his company's goal is to significantly reduce the cost for the average consumer.
Our plan is to get it down to below 100K and then eventually to get it close to 35K. But first cars, it's just because as with any large hardware product, it's just like incurring the cost, right?
As for concerns about safety,
it's safer than helicopters and airplanes and safer than your regular cars on the ground.
The company says it plans to begin delivering the vehicles to customers by 2025. With the help of the federal government, they're one step closer to getting that goal off the ground.
With the modern technology, you should not be standing in traffic, wasting your time, wasting everybody's time, and so on. Time is very precious.
James Packard, script.
So by 2025, we might be seeing these on the road.
But how does that affect air traffic? Like,
I mean,
that's
that's
the
a good
thing.
question.
Like, how does that affect air traffic? Because you're gonna have people that's gonna try to fly up there with planes unless they put some type of limitation. But it can't be a limitation that just says, "Hey, you can't go there," because you'll be fine. But it has to be like a geofencing type integrated limitation on that car itself that won't let you or let people go above a certain elevation. And then my second question is this: if they're truly concerned about the environment and and worried about, the pollution and all of the carbons that normal combustion engines, they say cause, then why aren't they making these electric vehicles more affordable for the consumers? Who can afford to go out and spend $70,000, $80,000 on the car? Half of America can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's a whole this whole idea, and it's a bunch of bullshit, bro. It's a crock of shit. Like, they're not helping anybody. If you got the choice, if you sitting there and somebody's telling you that this, and I hate putting Tesla out there. They're just one of the common ones, but you look at other electric car manufacturers like Lucid and Mazda and all these, and they're telling you it's, $55,000 for this car, or you can go over here and pay 10,000 cash for this regular gas engine car that is in good working condition. I think, like it makes more sense, especially if you're on a budget. Like it doesn't add up, bro. Like it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, and you got people running down there spending their money on this shit, but it doesn't make sense, bro. It does not make sense.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a cool thing. But to your question, profit. It's all about the profit margin. Everything that they do is about profit. So I think that for us to really fix society, for things to go in a good direction, then profit can't be the driving factor for everything. It's not going to bring us to, a good place. It's never going to bring us to a good place if it's all about making money. Profit over
Well,
people.
well, I'm gonna say this because one thing is that we're gonna have to accept the new normals that we have with this new world. Um, $70,000 is really probably cheap for where we're headed right now. They can get the car down to 100,000 because I mean, especially with the way that our economic system works, like it's all just jumbled up numbers. It's just a matter of us, you know, being able to, you know, be a part of the conversation where either I can afford average expenditures, or I'm gonna be impoverished and I can't afford those things. So, and I already know that that's gonna be something that people challenge. But I mean, if we really go back to just as the '70s and '80s, like we were paying less than $10,000 for a car. I mean, like a full size car. Like my partner dad, I think he said he paid like $6,000 or $7,000 for a Caprice Classic. Like I mean, fully loaded with the power windows and all that. And now for that same car, if they built that same car right now, that car would be about $50,000 or $60,000.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
But
I mean, it's something that's we gotta just really it's not really a difference in the money, like because I mean it's really a difference in the times because over time, like that's what they have to do in order to to project forward is that okay, yeah, you have these increments of growth, um, of what things cost, but I guess with a business mind, you look at costs differently based on you know what the value that you get out of it. So
I think it's all I think it's all programming, bro. It's all programming, and people we're some of the we're some of the smartest dumb motherfuckers on the face of the earth, bro. Because they're selling you a vehicle, electric vehicle that's gonna cost you 70, $80,000 to start, right? Okay, and they're saying that we're advancing in technology and this and this and that. Well, how is it that we had a guy out of Oklahoma back in the what 80s that came up with an electric vehicle that had a magnetized propel motor, okay, that didn't require you to charge shit. It was magnets, and once the motor got spinning, the magnets initially started, and once it got spinning, the vehicle ran. You didn't have to fucking be trying to find a charging station close to you or none of that shit, bro. That's why I say it's all programming. They put something out there. They tell you technology is advancing and this and that. They know that the grid can't handle all of this shit, but yet and still they're moving forward with it. You know what I'm saying? Innocent people impoverish innocent children are dying on a daily basis to extract these minerals. Like, bro, that's why I say, like, and then I hear people say, oh man, that's fucking cool. Okay. Yeah, it's cool, but are you thinking about the lives that are lost in the fucking process, bro? That's why I say we are some of the dumbest, smartest motherfuckers on the face of the earth. We
That's the part
stupid,
for
bro.
us not to worry about.
Like we're
I'm being facetious, but I mean,
no, I mean
uh,
I get it. I know I get where you're going with it. I'm just saying, like, bro, we're so like none of this shit makes sense, bro. And it's like it just doesn't, bro. Like it doesn't. I know I'm kind of sounding like Curtis right now, but like it does not fucking make sense, dog. And then we be the first motherfuckers to report this dumb, stupid shit, bro. And then people are like, oh my god, like, bro, we stupid as fuck. They're programming you to think that this shit is cool. Like,
well,
nigga, who wants to be flying on this shit and your motherfucking battery? You got 30 miles of range, but you can't come down out the sky yet because they gotta wait for a clear spot for you to land.
well,
Like,
well.
fuck that, bro. It's
Look.
stupid as
I'm gonna
fuck.
I'm gonna tell you, bro, because I mean, I somewhat agree with you because you know, if we're because we're talking about convenience. Oh, you shouldn't have to sit in traffic or this, that, and the third. I mean, no, we shouldn't have to sit in traffic. We shouldn't have to be like half of America leaving their house to do the work that they could be doing at home. Doesn't make sense. And like with the whole equation of what makes sense for us as like even especially today when we're not at the point of having an electrical system that we could actually operate on and still making people leave their house and where they can show up on video camera. They can you could be sure that they're at work on time or in front of their computers and stuff on time. Like a lot of it just doesn't make sense, and it's still going on how to control people. And I mean, I like the technology. I think that it eventually was going to come to this, but at the same time, for this to be something for the masses to be aiming for, and killing each other for, because I mean, overall, that's really what we got to look at. Because, like you said, there are like freaking 5-year olds that's going into these mines that you know they're looking at death like they're like maybe they don't know the realization of the how this will turn out, but we know.
Yeah.
So
And then they're showing this shit, right? And they're talking about the price tag of it. And then then they show the Jetsons, and you're living basically like, bro, the Jetsons, they were basically the upper echelon in life. So that means our poor fucking asses are still gonna be down here. So if you got money, if you got $300,000, you don't have to worry about sitting in traffic. Nah, fuck that. Like I'll take my chances sitting in traffic, bro. Like because it's just basically, like I say, it's like look at the whole. If you just really break down the whole news reporting on that, they really just shitted on everyday people, bro. And then the owner or the CEO of the company's like, well, our goal is to get the vehicle to 100,000 and then south of 100,000 after that and this and that, bro. Like they really shitting on us. Like to be honest with you, like they truly shitting on, and then the government is supporting them. So guess what? All of the funding that they're getting to build these cars, all of that money that they're making off of these cars with the pre-orders and shit, nigga, that's 100% profit for them. The government has pretty much paid for everything else, and it's the poor motherfuckers that's funding this bullshit.
look,
Like,
do you look? Because I mean, I think that this, the idea, because this is something I was hearing about this whole, like somebody was talking about Bill Gates and his involvement in all of this, you know, creating your own meat, like Like,
Yeah, the
like
yeah,
animals, like
they're
nature,
using
pretty much
cells to make
nature.
meat in a
Yeah,
vat.
nature is a problem. So, like, the methane that the releases and things like that is a problem, and rich countries should be, incorporating these types of foods and these meats, and over time we'll enjoy it. But like, my thing is like, okay, you willing to get rid of nature, because, but I really feel like it's like, okay, get the majority of the masses onto this meat product so that they can be able to enjoy regular meat. Their families can be able to have the traditional foods. So
Yeah,
that's the way I see it. But at the same
man.
time, like, you know, having flying cars is a bit of a stretch when we're really talking about just being able to have a sustainable future for the people. So it is a stretch. I mean, I do, like I said, I love the technology behind it, but because I know, I mean, I don't care so much about it. I mean, when it becomes available, will I buy one? Maybe, but at the same time, it's not one of those things where I'm thinking like, okay, this is what we gotta have. This is what's gonna really make the change for humanity.
Yeah.
It's not.
I mean, I love. Don't get me wrong, man. I love the advancements in technology, but I guess as you start to understand and try to be more at one with just the whole realm of life, understanding life. When you think about the advancements in technology, you also have to think about, and that's something that I don't think we figured out. We figured out how to advance technology, but we haven't figured out how to sustain life and how to be, people, actual people of humanity and loving one another, because the advancements in technology brings about some type of detriment to life. You know what I'm saying? It's the sustainability. You being able to provide as technology advances, jobs are lost. There's a trickle down effect to that advancement, and that's the thing that we haven't figured out yet, and that's why I'm not saying we stay stuck in the Stone Age or nothing like that, but I feel like some things are just best not to embark on, because when you think about the life, when you think about people being able to, not just fucking like survive, but be able to thrive in life, like technology takes that away in a sense.
I
So it's
Well,
it's a
that's
lot
because of
to it.
that profit model, man. Technology
well,
could be used in a way that's sustainable and is helpful to humans in the human condition and us living in harmony with each other. But if they want to make money off of it, it ain't never gonna come to that. It ain't gonna never be that.
well, I have to ask the question, because I mean, of course, I've contemplated it by myself, but over the millions of years, the existence of mankind, of humans on Earth, how many times of the rise and fall that has existed, throughout those millions of years, and how many times have we come to this very situation? Because I mean, I assume that with nothing being new under the sun, that everything that we're doing now has already been done somewhere, somehow, and we turn around, and we're just like 50 years out of us, having our own farms, and kind of like having some kind of motors, having tractors and trucks, and little, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, how many times have we repeated this? Like, this is, I don't know if something like this is, because just because you can do it don't mean that you should do it, and that's
Yeah.
something that I would
But I
you
think
know
that's the biggest part right there, bro. Exactly what you just said, because everything that we have today, I think existed, or some intelligent being, stumbled up on it or had this great idea, or embarked up on it. But like you said, just because they could do this and they see the benefit in it, they didn't. I think people back then had enough sense to say, okay, we care. Like they didn't put it out there because they also didn't know how it was gonna affect life. Not just for them, but for everybody. You know
Well,
what I'm saying? Whereas now we live in life is nothing in this society anymore. It's a popcorn, it's the 30
well,
minute TV dinner meal. You pop it in the microwave, 3 minutes, and that motherfucker, you got a full
well,
brownie. You know what I'm
well,
saying? In three
yeah,
minutes.
I know, but I think that we keep going to the extreme at every level. And like I said, the technology is fine. I guess just to know that we can do something is cool. But I think at some point we have to have some kind of ordinance, something that says, okay, you know what, we have this collective group that's done the figures. They already done the math. Like, look, this is cool. We can put it in a museum and show that this is things that we've done. But as far as making it for the masses, it's just ridiculous, and we shouldn't do. And I think that. One of the other things I feel highly about that as well is also the internet. Like, yeah, like, it's cool that, yeah, I can pick up my phone and see anything from anywhere, but at the same time, with those infrared rays, these hidden rays that's shooting through my body, my mind, my brain, and everything every day, every so many minutes per hour, it's probably gonna you know, affect me somewhere down the road, and I'll have Alzheimer's at freaking 55 instead of 95.
Yeah.
Like
I,
it's
I think that when everything people are afraid of change. When things grow and they progress, people are gonna always push against it. People are always gonna be afraid. But
it's not a
progression.
fear. It's being smart. From
Pro,
my point, I just think that, okay, you know, people gonna fight for the things that they enjoy, but at the same time, it's like, okay, how much? Like, if we sit down and just say, what is the real need, not the wants, because everything that we want isn't necessarily great for us. You know, like it's just not. And I think that's where we have to get our maturity back. Is that because, I mean, like I said, I think some of these things were capable, maybe even 100 years ago, 200 years ago, possibly. I mean, that, like, with the whole idea with Tesla having, the technology to give us free lights, and that was behind greed. They didn't want that to come out because it was going to make free lights for everybody. It's like, what the fuck? What you mean free? You know what I'm saying? Like, they knocked his head off. So I believe what you're saying is true with the profit model, but at the same time, something that would have been good for us and probably would have us more stable now to do what they're trying to do now, like with the electricity, the electrical cars and the grids and all that. Like, our technology would have been a lot higher if it wasn't based on the whole greed thing. But and maybe, like, all the stuff that I'm talking about now could be way more efficient, but we know that it's taking away the oxygen levels that we, because just from the last 2 to 5 years, our oxygen levels in the world are lower because of the electrical emissions, the radiation waves that's going through the earth is taking away our capability for oxygen. So are you really thinking that these things are really? Because, I mean, our brain operates better with the more oxygen it can get. We're getting dumber because of how smart we are.
Yeah.
I want to move on to y'all heard about DC Young Fly's girl passing away after getting if they called them the mommy surgeries or whatever, after having a baby and all of this, but she was getting a bunch of augmentation and stuff. But anyways, Charleston White made some comments that was really interesting about it. And I was looking for the comments and I could not find them. I found the interview that it was, and then they cut it right at the point where he was about to say that part. So I think because it's offensive to a lot of people, and he be trying to troll. That's pretty much what he does a lot of times. But he
That's
was
all
making
he
a
is.
he was making a good point on this one though. He was saying, with the BBLs and so forth and so on, he's saying that the females are competing with the transgender folks because the trans. He was making a good point, man. I mean, it really had me thinking, because it's like you see how the BBLs have grown and blown up, and it's like a big deal. So basically, old girl died from that. Freaking Kanye West's mom died from freaking the same kind of things.
Well, I
So
no, I hear, I can hear that side of it, but to say that women are competing with transgenders, there's no competition there. People who want a dude, a woman with that kind of package is gonna be looking for that no matter what.
no, this is deep. This is deep. This is, you got to think about it, okay? All right.
I
So like, and then there's a part of this too where it's like they're talking about men. If the men want these women who have all of these like perfect as bodies or whatever, they would be the same guy who would want to have sex with a transgender person. You know what I'm saying?
I just
It's a
love women, bro. I
You
love
think
women.
so?
I like them thick. I like them big,
Well. So hold on.
small,
Hold on,
medium.
Deuce. I hear where he's going because okay, because you and I don't fall into that category of, because I mean I don't mind seeing a woman with some stretch marks or a
and
little
that's what
fat.
Charleston White was saying in the video. He said he wants a natural woman,
Yeah,
natural body. She don't have to be perfect or whatever with the big old bubble booty and the
yeah,
big double D breasts and all of this stuff.
yes.
So, but to see, that's the problem though. Okay, so the women feel like they got to be perfect. They feel like they need to have these.
Well, I still think it's a stretch to say that they're in competition with a trans uh
But I think it
gender.
also speaks to what I think it
Because
also
I
speaks
think
to
women
what
are
these women
in
don't want to.
competition with other women.
It's a
I feel like
subliminal
it.
thing that's happening. Why are they getting? He's trying to explain why they're
I mean,
getting all these BBLs. If all three of us here are saying,
it's because
we
you got
okay
all
with
of
having a
these
natural
dudes that,
But
woman.
but you got
listen.
but you got a lot of these dudes out here that all they talking about is women with these big asses and this and that, and it's like, bro, at the end of the day, I think it boils down to, I'm just saying, I don't know, but I think it boils down to the over sexualization of our society. You know what I'm saying? Like, they feel like because a woman got a bigger ass that make her something. Like, no, I didn't have women with a fat ass and they fuck worth they fuck they don't fuck good. Like, it's, I've had
Well,
them flat.
it's not. I don't think it's functional.
Like,
And overall, because I mean, when you got a little dick like me, that big old butt ain't going. Is getting in the way of getting to the real meat. You know what I'm saying? I felt like that would be a good laugh, but okay, all right. But anyway, but no, seriously. When it really boils down to it, I don't think it's so. 'Cause I mean, because maybe that exists in somewhere, but I really feel like a lot of it is competition with other women, and that's really what it has been for a long time. That these women, like, they're in competition with each other, like friends. Like, I mean, we can see on internet a lot of times where friends on friends, and they keep competing for the same dude, this, that, and the third. But um to solely say that these women are in competition with or even that all dudes that because I mean I don't think what's his name, DC Young Fly, it cares about it so much, but because his lady wanted to look a certain way and feel a certain way about herself, he was like, okay, let's do this. I'm gonna give you give you the money you need, or and she made money too. I think she was a fly girl. I mean, I say fly girl.
She was one of the chicks that she worked on
Wilding
on
out.
on Wild 'N Out too. So she ain't making the money he make, but she make money of her own. So
Yes.
go
So what Charleston White was saying was that the transgender ones, they need these surgeries, like they have to have them or whatever. So they
yeah, okay.
you
But
know
that's still different from the female because one thing, like say, bro, like for a dude that wants a real woman, wants some real coochie, not what I'm saying. Say, bro, say, look, I'm gonna tell you, most men, we dogs. As long as it's wet down there, we gonna get it. You know what I'm saying?
so
It's
then
not. It's not.
what is driving the
It's
BBLs?
co-
This is the point of
it's
what I'm trying to
competi-
say.
it's competition with each other. The women are compete. The eyelashes, the makeup, the like the having the perky boobs, like it's competition against each other. It has. I don't think it has anything to do with a transgender dude, bro. Because like people who want that, they gonna get that regardless of what the women doing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna like that. That's not where it's at. Like, and the women are not like Okay, yeah, that's another woman that maybe on the exterior, but for this guy that's dressing up like a woman, maybe there is somewhat of a competition, but not like not for the dudes.
It's a
Like
psychology in it because you have the guys who like they don't care, right? It's like, hey, her butt is fake. Well, I don't care. It's like her breasts are fake. Well, I don't care. She's still fine or whatever the hell. So where did it get to the point where if it was an actual dude, you know what I mean? You don't care because all the butt is round and the breasts are round or whatever. Well, that the technology gets to the point where they can do this, all of this, and
what?
so then the guy don't care. You get what I'm
Okay,
saying?
you know what?
It's the psychology.
The video that you sent that you said that we were going to talk about would be perfect because
That's
it is the psychosis that's going on. It's the mass manipulation of where where people's minds are today, and it's because of the structural systematic ways of really controlling people and making them sick overall. Like it is that. But when we're having the conversation of we're getting specific about a conversation, like the reason why this girl and a lot of women do these surgeries has a lot of it has nothing to do with other people. Maybe like I said, I mean it does to some extent because they want to be seen a certain way. They want to be able to feel and connect with how the public sees them. But as far as it being a competition with transgenders, I think is a stretch.
well, the video you're talking about is the direction I'm going into. I wanted to lead into that. Let me see if I can catch the clip that I wanted. I could not.
Pass.
I could not find it. It's like they're clipping it, they're cutting it. It's
Yeah,
probably because
I'm,
of what
I'm
he
glad
said.
that I'm glad you pulled it up because I would love to hear how he came with it. But
Well, it's not gonna play the whole clip because that's why I can say that I think they're cutting it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Most niggas who respond to the bodies, the
Hold on.
Yeah, give me that belly. Give me that motherfucking kangaroo pound in the peeling. It even make you want to fuck them. Boy, that big, get one of them procedures done.
And pass after a surgery, a mommy makeover. What are your thoughts about like women getting invasive surgeries to try to, fix their look to keep up?
Y'all tell me y'all go die. Yeah, when my homegirl them say, girl, y'all fast, man, you feel go die. Yeah, go on, go over and let them people kill you. That's my exact answer to everything. My wife wanted to, get one of them procedures done. Yeah, I swear by God, I will go be a widow husband in the house while she dead. Don't go get her.
That'll stop him.
Yeah, she changed her mind like a
pause button.
Nah, homie.
It's called a widower.
Because that surgery is so unnatural. I'm not gonna say it's abnormal, but it's completely unnatural. It's a lot of dangers to that. Man, they going there and poking and slicing and cutting. Man, a lot of women, the keloids,
Yeah, definitely.
the skin shit that come with that. Man, you may be fine, but bitch, that shit look nasty when you, man. You curved and cut up. A lot of women have infections afterwards. Because of the drainage. Nah, man. If you come up dead from one of those surgeries, nobody should be sad but your children. But yeah, most women go die doing it. And yeah, I think that's the stupidest shit in the world. I told my woman it's much more attractive, it's much more appealing to watch a woman get up and go work out, even if she ain't fine. Listen to what I'm saying, homie. Even if she ain't fine, it's much more attractive and appealing. It even make you want to fuck them. Boy, that big fat man, a big fat bitch walking the block every morning, and she fat and she look fat, but she been doing this for 2 weeks. At some point in time, niggas say, man, I fuck that big old fat motherfucker. But the consistency, just the consistency of her doing this, damn to turn a nigga on. Don't let her go to losing weight and get a little shapely just from doing it naturally. Man, it make you want to fuck them even more. Compared to seeing a little stretch marks, a little belly to a fine body with keloid scars on it. Yeah, give me that belly. Give me that motherfucking kangaroo pounce of that fupa. Compared to that fine body with the scars. Because, homie, that shit, man, somebody close to me done it, my manager, and sent me them pictures of that shit, homie. Nah. Yeah, no.
Now, do you think that, as men, we take some responsibility because of how we respond to when we see women with those type of bodies?
Now, most niggas who respond to women with them type of bodies don't have a woman with those kind of bodies. Most niggas respond to pussy and ass, no matter the shape of it. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Most niggas who respond to the bodies, the BBL bodies, they women ain't got them bodies. So, you know what I'm saying? Nigga, just, man, at this point for me, nigga, I just want something that resembles a real woman. They got the features of a.
See, the clip I'm looking for is right there. It's right at the end when he says, I'm looking for a real woman. And then he goes into the thing about the trans. So, and I think there's a reason why they're clipping that, because remember there was the song Natural Woman by was it Diana Ross?
No, that's Aretha Franklin.
Aretha Franklin, and they trying to cancel it.
Yes.
So, and I think that's what's happening with this.
And the song was made in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s, maybe. And, they want to go back and cancel her song because, like, the shit that they doing now didn't exist then. So, and a natural woman was just a woman. But nowadays, when you look at it, you say a natural woman. Now you got to look at it from a totally different viewpoint because, what's natural is, what I'm saying? None of it's gonna match up, to what I say. None of it, but I mean, because there is still a great population of women that that has not, and maybe wishes they could or whatever. But I think overall that's somewhat beyond the below, beyond the point you're saying as far as where he's going with his conversation. I think that there's a thin line that like some dudes might cross, but the matter of them, because if you with a woman,
Oh, I think I found it.
okay, because if
Goes
you with a woman,
and get
go ahead.
all of that done.
Hold on,
The
hold on.
natural woman don't.
Okay, yeah, this is it. I think. Hold on. Let me. Yeah. Hold on. Let me take it back if I can. Won't let me take it back.
The motherfucker that wanna look like the woman go and get that done. So what's happening is, homie, our women feeling like they have to compete with the punk that got the body. They feeling like they gotta compete. Oh,
She got the wrong dude if that's the case.
how can I say this, homie? The drag queen used to be the drag queen because she had the eyelashes, the hair. So the BBL body, if we go be honest, nigga, that's the transsexual. They got to go get that done.
Oh,
Because when you look, because the wanna be the man that wanna be the woman goes and get all of that done. The natural woman don't.
Yeah.
The motherfucker that wanna look like the woman go and get that done. So what's happening is, homie, our women feeling like they have to compete with the punk that got the body. They feeling like they gotta compete. Oh, how can I say this, homie? The drag queen used to be the drag queen because she had the eyelashes, the hair.
And they clipped it right there. So, anyways, what do y'all think? Comments.
I mean, it's not much different than what I said before, because I mean, I can see that that may be something that's going on in their heads, because I feel like a lot of women do get somewhat distracted in thinking that you know that type of thing is available. But I think real women, because I mean the mommy makeover, the vaginal rejuvenation and the boob lifts and this and that, all these different operations that they can have existed for quite a long time, decades for sure. And I guess it's getting more popular now. It's a lot cheaper, especially if you go across the border to get these things done. But I think even with this girl, she was in Miami. She was at the best of the best. So, but this may not have been her first visit, and I think that
Man,
maybe that's a part of the problem, because you go and like these scar tissues that comes out of these surgeries, and then you go in and reopen them again to try to like the multiple surgeries is probably the problem, but at the same time it's just like we're talking about the mental, the psychosis of it all. you know, I can't speak for women. I don't know what they really thinking, but I know, like, I know somebody, a couple of people real close to me that has had these surgeries, and it was just more so, okay, they had done the work, they lost a bunch of the weight themselves, and then trying to get rid of the excess skin or whatever, just so that they can actually feel comfortable in their skin. I don't know if it was really a competition with transgenders. Maybe other real women possibly, because I mean I think that's where a lot of it is coming from, because a lot of times, like, like I know I've spoken to a couple of different women that I've dated that that doesn't do anything for me, but the fact that they the competition or other women are doing it, like, that's the reason for them to have that need to do it.
I think I, like I can't really speak to the mental and what they're thinking and what causes them to go do this, but just being raised around women, and being married now, what, 16 years, it's hard. It's hard being a woman. It's hard being a woman and trying to keep yourself up, keep themselves up. Living up to a certain expectation, trying to stay attractive to their spouse or their significant other, who however you want to call it. It gets tough, and then they can say, well, they can go, because a woman, I've seen it. Like, I've been in the gym, and a woman can come in there flat with no ass and build that ass up. There's a lot of workouts that women can do, but like I say, there again, I don't really know what their thought process is in doing it. Um, well, my wife would say my insensitive side. My insensitive side is saying that they don't want to put in the work. It's like, let me go get this body, and then I'll go into the gym and do a little cardio here and there and make it like I'm working out. Whereas, like, bro, like, I
I
mean,
mean, just
I don't really know that if that's the answer, but I've seen, like, I follow chicks on Instagram that's got natural bodies. Like, you see the stretch marks, but they tone is fuck. I think a
well,
natural body is gonna have them little, them stretch marks. You know what I'm saying? A natural, that's why they get in the gym to firm that ass up. But me personally, I love a woman. I call it a teardrop booty. I love a woman that's got where that ass droop in the back. It looks soft. It move every time she walk. I love that shit. I want to see the stretch. I'm the type of nigga, you pull your pants off, I see stretch, man, I'm liable to start kissing all on that booty. Like, that's just me. Like,
well,
but
but
I'm
I mean,
I'm kissing your
the,
fupa. I'm kissing your belly. I'm a lick on your belly.
but
All
I'm gonna
that
tell
shit.
you, I think that we have a new age of people who see it a lot differently than we do, because we kind of caught in between the old and the new school, where there's some of us that find it attractive and won't touch a woman that is less than imperfect. I mean less than perfect, and then you know where, like, for us, like, that is perfect, where when we see some stretch marks and little chub, a little something there. Like, I mean, for me, I rather that than and you be a healthy person than to be having issues with these down the road, where you in your 30s, when you get to 50 and 60 years old, these things are coming back at you because you you're you're taking chance with your life. Because i I can afford to go and do some surgeries and get the fat, be get this stuff done overnight, pretty much, or let's just say in a couple of weeks after healing and all that. Shoot, I could be back where I was when I was in my 20s.
But let me
But
ask you this here: when they say that the women are competing with the transgender, do they mean that they're competing so that so the women appear to be more attractive to men, or are they competing to keep up with a certain type of body?
It's to
I
keep
said
up
some
with a
type of,
certain type of body, like to be
yeah,
perfect.
the men don't matter. The men don't really matter, because
Yeah.
as long as you didn't know them before and you meet them newly, then that's something that they can get away with, because the dude that they've been knowing knows the old them. So it's like they're gonna see you as like you cheated. You know what I'm saying? But everybody that meets you from here on out is gonna be like, oh wow, she's taking care of herself and she's this,
Yeah, they want that perfection, that that perfect look, and nothing natural is perfect like that. You know what I mean? And like what Pat was saying is, you are perfect already the way God made you. So, but that's where the psychology comes in. They want this, Barbie doll perfect or whatever. They want this, it's unnatural perfect, and the unnatural perfect is the same thing that the trans is reaching for. You know what I'm saying?
That's like that Botox shit, bro. Like, these women that go and get that shit, get their lips filled in, and get the Botox in their cheeks, and
All of that.
have the nose surgeries to make their nose thin and defined and point. Like, That to me, like I don't know that Botox shit. That shit look weird as fuck. I don't want no woman walking around with no big ass lips. Like, like
It's unnatural looking. That's what
But a
because
lot of it is a lot of
the,
it when it's done cheaply, it doesn't look right anyway. Like I mean, say, bro, like one of the finest bitches, females, excuse me, one of the finest chicks growing up in the '90s, when like she looked good, but then now she had all these surgeries. Now it's just like it don't. It's like it's horrible, and I'm gonna call her name, and it's Lil Kim, bro. It's just it's insane,
mhm.
bro. Bro, Lil Kim was the sexiest thing around. And yeah, okay, she got older. She she gained some weight or whatever. But I don't think that would have taken anything away from her sex appeal because like that's what happens to women. They fill out. They maybe they gonna gain weight. Period. Whether it stays in shape or if they get flab or whatever. Like when you grow older, like I mean even the skinny dude growing up from high school, the super skinny dude, when he get older, he gonna fill in, he gonna become heavy, he gonna weigh more. But either way, I'm just like a lot of this stuff is insane,
it's insane.
and we have to really keep that thing in check because if we allow our daughters to follow in this same kind of, you know, mindset, then we're gonna have a whole nother generation that's gonna feel like, okay, the necessity to do these things just to try to keep up with whether it's because I think the competition for like the zillennials, they're gonna be like I mean shoot, we have examples that we know close by that's probably look at the trans dudes like equal to a woman.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So like that's where the competition comes in. So but the part that you said that struck me is the health part. Like I think that that's what beauty is, right? Healthy is beautiful, right? You know, it's naturally healthy. That's what's attractive,
Well, my
you
doctor
know.
says I am healthy. Now, I mean, of course, and he agrees that I need to lose some weight or whatever. But based on, my heart, my lungs, and I've been working on getting my liver back together. Strengthening it. Getting it cleansed and
Eat
functioning
more
more
pussy. That'll help
properly.
you.
But overall, I didn't even hear that. So I'll laugh.
I said eat more pussy. It'll help with your liver.
You know what? I wish I had that part of my regular diet, but that's something that I just get you know every few weeks or so. But however, I think that we really and this is like like this is technology, like this is the same conversation we just had about the cars, bro. I mean, when we really look at the whole thing, the like we're pushing the limits on things that you know okay, yes, we can do it, but should we?
Yeah.
you know
Yeah. Let's move
Chaka,
into
what's your
this.
thoughts? I know you ready to move on, Chaka, but I just want like, what do you think, bro? Like being somebody that understands psychology and what's going, like, what do your honest opinion, if you have one to give,
On what? On the BBLs?
on the
yeah.
women competing, with the transgender community trying to keep a certain body type?
That's what I was saying. I think that is there it's the competition for the perfection, that the unnatural perfection is what's
Gotcha.
happening. And it's really insane. It's an insane as way of thinking, that you want to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? Something that you think that you can improve on what God made. You know what I mean? Like that's already insane on its face. I can do better than God did. There's something that's and then at the same time you're it's disrespectful to God. You know what I'm saying? because you're damaging what God created.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? You're
yeah.
you're 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 altering it and changing it to in what how you see fit. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Instead of allowing things to be the way that they are, the way that God made them. You know what I mean? You automatically are going down a notch when you try to improve what God made.
Well,
You're going to be going in the opposite direction.
maybe a few notches based on, I guess, how you see these things. But that's kind of like, because I kind of hit on it a few minutes ago about, with what Bill Gates is doing with the meat thing. Because, I mean, if, let's just say, I am, because I am a conspiracy theorist, but let's just say, he is trying to kill a good uh, percentage of the population. I mean, we're going to do it for him if we follow along and we don't make some of these things a problem, and them being able to sell these meats the same, just as we would buy, natural meat. We got to be able to, like, certain things we got to say, okay, either we just say, all right, you know what, as much as I love meat, I'm gonna wait till I can get me some real meat before I eat up this shit that they constructing, that they can't even, like, in the construction of it, they can't even touch it because it's so poisoned. And we're gonna, start to slowly inject ourselves. It's just like toothpaste. Like, we got fluoride in toothpaste, and because it's quote unquote such small portions of it, it doesn't affect us right away, but it does over time. So, like, and it's not even a true necessity to keep cavities away. There's, like, we're allowing these different narratives to run our lives because we're too freaking lazy, or want things microwave something overnight type of deal. But overall, if it's not good for us, as and humanity as a whole, then, like, we should not allow it. Like, the time that they're using for, in the creation of things like this, we have to be able to draw the line at some point. And that's one of the problems with people today. We're not willing to fight for ourselves. We're like, we deserve to die, um because we're not, uh because we obviously don't deserve to live, I guess you could say, because
It's
we're
it's
not willing to fight for what's what's right, or what we truly deserve.
it's this transhumanism stuff, and then it's like you get to the point where you can't make babies, or maybe you get to the point where humans have changed so much that they're no longer human.
Yeah.
And which one is worse? I don't know. It's we either go extinct or we change into something that's like a monster. And the only way for us to continue is to make more monsters.
Well,
I,
I have a theory behind that, but I'll save that for another show.
let's get into this. It's the manufacturing of mass psychosis. Can sanity return to an insane world? So, and then with the BBL thing, that's all, like, that's freaking insanity. It's just one notch or one example of the mass psychosis that's going on.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say. Let me say this before you start the video, because just with that, that somewhat question that you just asked, I would say that it can reverse, but because it's going to be such a harder thing on the opposite side and going the opposite direction, that's when we'll see people fight. Like, they will fight you to give them the right, or the good things, and the natural things of life, where it's easier just to accept the bullshit that is thrown at us left and right during this period in time. So, I think that they would have more, because, like, why you make it? It's like the Israelites out in the wilderness. They complained, and they had the best of everything, really, but they complained because they had to give up the world where they was in slavery and bondage. But and now that you're free and you can live and do, really be a prosperous people,
but you're complaining because it wasn't as easy as it was when you were in bondage.
Right. It's too hard to be free. So a lot of people, that's like the people choosing to be in the matrix. They're choosing the blue pill because you have to think and you have to make decisions and you have to figure out who you are and you have to question yourself and you have to
What do I
face
stand
reality.
for? Yeah,
And
what do I stand for? What will I, what am I willing to fall for? You know what I'm
and you got
saying?
to hold yourself accountable. You know what I'm saying? You got to face the facts. You got to be like, if one of the problems with our society, a huge problem with our society, is that people can't admit when they're wrong. Like, they really have a problem with it. It's so many people that just really have a problem with admitting that they're wrong. But see,
Mhm.
what happens is you get into arrested development. At that point, you can never grow. You can't grow anymore. You can't learn anything new anymore because you can't admit that you're wrong about anything. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
You can't realize that you don't know something. You want to feel like you know everything already, so then you can't learn anything more.
say,
So
bro,
you're stuck.
one of my favorite people on this planet I struggle with because, it's a lot of things that they want, they accept the bullshit, but when you're talking about something that, really is, should be common sense, it's like enraging because it's like, oh, well, like, I'm the problem because I'm going outside of the comfort zones. I like, I'm stretching the I'm doing things that everybody else is not doing, and that's where a lot of our conflicts are. But the small, like, bro, I mean, like, for me, like, some of the things, the questions that they asked me years ago is what made me develop, because I was like, I said, bro, I was like a robot. I was just doing what everybody else was doing, but the simple questions they asked me then is what woke me up to be where I am now. But they seem to be devolving instead of growing at this point. So it's just
Because
like,
yeah, so that's what happens. You get in arrested development, and then you can't help but to devolve. Because you're definitely not going to grow anymore. And it's like the quickest way to get somebody upset is to point out their personal flaws, like point out something that they did wrong. You know what I'm saying? They lose it.
my thing is, and I told them not long ago, I said, you just want to fit in with everything else instead of just doing what's right. What really, like, like, there's certain things that make sense and things that don't make sense. And I think, I was like, you rather just fit in than to just do what God would say is the right thing to do. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Let's carry on.
Yeah, let me play some of this, and we're going to play it in pieces.
The masses have never thirsted after truth. They turn aside from evidence that is not to their taste, preferring to deify error if error seduce them. Whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever attempts to destroy their illusions is always their victim.
So this is like what we're saying right here. So the person who destroys their illusion, is the enemy. That's the bad guy. The 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 bad guy is the one who destroys their illusions. But their master is whoever can supply them with illusions. You know what I mean? Tell them what they want to hear, agree with them. I wanted to say, it seems like it's a lot of women that it's like a gay dude is their best friend, and this gay dude, he's, not gay people at all, but
No,
what
no,
I'm
no.
saying
I
is
guess.
this is just a dynamic that's happening, and the gay dude he's really all about himself, in this world, about pleasure, about pleasing himself, and he tells her what she wants to hear. He agrees with everything that she says. If he tells her she looks good all the time. You know what I mean?
And
And
he's her greatest enemy, really.
well, he's her best friend, and he's the one who's supplying her with illusions. You know what I'm saying? So, within what the context of what we're saying here, he becomes like her master too. You know what I'm saying? He can manipulate her easily. It's so weird to me how you could tell
But
people lies and they'll eat that up as if it's the truth, but then when you tell them the truth, they take that as a lie.
Well, the lie is harder to accept, and it's just crazy that to me that women will take a man who like somebody who's not living the reality that they live, like where they're trying to have the balance between a man and a woman, and they're this guy is dealing with people who are I'm using the terminology that's has a just as imbalanced thought process as he does. So he's judging the mindset of that person over the man that she wants, and that if she wants to catch somebody, that she should use that ideology when that's not even the same type of man that she would go for, and the
Right.
way that he would think.
And then in this scenario, the masculine man becomes like the enemy because he doesn't tell he tells her when she's wrong. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't
The
lie
best
to
way
her.
he can, the best way he can, because
He doesn't agree with her on everything that she says. You know what I mean? Like, so now he's the bad guy now. So it's like this the woman wants to make the straight guy into a gay guy as far as the way he behaves.
but she still
Like,
won't respect him if they were in a relationship, because at the same time, like he's not matching up. Like the idea, because that's the main problem. Like it's just an idea instead of the reality of the situation. So you're living in the what the idea, or trying to live up to an idea instead of living up to what's actually being dealt to you. You
yeah,
know,
so
yeah.
so so the straight man, he won't act right. The masculine man, he just won't act right. You know what I'm saying? Men ain't shit. They just won't act right. You know what I'm saying? I got this gay dude as my best friend and he acts right. How come you can't just act like him?
Why you don't just marry him?
So let me read this again. It says, the masses have never thirsted after truth. They turn aside from evidence that is not to their taste, preferring to deify error if error seduces them. Whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever attempts to destroy their illusions is always their victim. So they attack you. You become their victim when you destroy their illusions. You're like the worst, you're their enemy in their eyes, you know?
Yeah. Oh my boy.
We just watched this all played out in real time through the whole pandemic.
Yep.
Well, even
I
before
mean,
then. I mean, this is not a.
well, I'm talking just best, throw all the other things aside, but if you look at just the way the government treated us during the pandemic, that is a perfect example of this in action that nobody can go, no, man, that wasn't happening like that. It was on both sides.
Yeah, you can't say it now with all the information that has come out. You can't say that that's not what was happening. It's clearly what was happening. And it continues now, like with the news stories that we have now, like the stuff that we talk about in the news now. And that's why this was striking me, because I felt like it's explaining everything that's happening right now.
Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I really wish more people would watch some of these because like I send sometimes I send those Forbes and pretty much what the new up to date C-SPAN, because I guess C-SPAN still exists, but these things, these bills, as laws that's getting changed, and things that has to happen now, like because the average person is not seeing that in the news, and at least being able to see that everything that they did during the pandemic was wrong, and that you would have to be an imbecile not to know this, especially if you've been practicing this for the last 40, 50 years, not to know that these things were wrong. Like, people still believe a lot of these things just because that's the only information that they're seeing, because they're not the type of people to go and search
The
for
follow
the
up.
information. The information. So
Yeah, but so much has come out. But it's like when you make a lie so big, when you say it over and over again, like you still got people walking around with the masks on, outside or in their car alone, like,
yeah,
because that's what they were saying during the pandemic. But and you can't tell these people nothing different.
No.
Now I'm okay with them doing it. It's not this weird, crazy force thing. If it's their choice to do it, I'm going to laugh at you a little bit and let you carry along your merry. I'm not going to make fun of you like I did when I watched you drag it
I feel sorry
jogging
for him.
down the road by yourself with a mask on.
I mean, I feel
Well,
sorry for him. I know I can't approach them and say, "Hey, that's not really necessary," because I'm gonna get attacked for saying something so ridiculous.
But
yeah,
if it makes them feel comfortable and healthy at this point, just let them. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. There's no point. Yeah, there's no point in it, and but still, it's a psychosis. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Diseases of the body can spread through a population and reach epidemic proportions, but so too can diseases of the mind. And of these epidemics of the latter variety, the mass psychosis is the most dangerous. During a mass psychosis, madness becomes the norm in a society, and delusionary beliefs spread like a contagion. But as delusions can take many forms, and as madness can manifest in countless ways, the specific manner in which a mass psychosis unfolds will differ based on the historical and cultural context of the infected society. In the past, mass psychoses have led to witch hunts, genocides, and even dancing manias. But in the modern era, it is the mass psychosis of totalitarianism that is the greatest threat. Totalitarianism, writes Arthur Versluis, is the modern phenomenon of total centralized state power, coupled with the obliteration of individual human rights. In the totalized state, there are those in power, and there are the objectified masses, the victims.
Totalitarianism and the modern phenomenon of total centralized state power, coupled with the obliteration of individual human rights. In the totalized state, there are those in power, and there are the objectified masses, the victims.
Well,
So,
this is something that I've been talking about for a long time because I don't think that people really see, like it's easy for people to see things in the rear view than to see it straight, when it's coming at you for whatever
yeah,
reason.
yeah,
So, I mean, we're actually seeing these things exist right now in our government where if we don't stand up, because I mean, the laws are, we still are in a system based on laws, but if we are willing to attack each other instead of saying, like we had the ability to say, well, I wouldn't got mine, and if you don't get yours, that's up to you. I'm protected. Instead of having that mindset, they started criminalize or trying to not criminalize but demonizing people who chose to do opposite of them because that's just the way our socialized we've been socialized to do. So it's like we're the even though we have certain things that protect us as individuals and us actually being able to utilize these rights, we're gonna take the benefit from others that because if you just say that you don't mind somebody telling you what to do and this, that, and the other, blah blah blah, but not having enough respect for those who say that no, you know what, I'm a self-governing body. I can tell myself what to do in these situations because as long as I'm armed with enough information, I can do so. We're gonna move ourselves right into a place where a monarchy or a government that is totalized, that where whatever they say goes. We're pushing. We're right on the realm. If we don't fix this thing soon, we're gonna be in that very state, and nobody will be happy because
yeah.
they're telling us that okay, you're on
You
lies that
you
they've been telling us.
you was breaking up some there. So it said the obliteration of individual human rights. So it's like I think that's what's happening, and that's what I be screaming, and that's why I like when I see it happen again. A little instance of it happening where they're chipping away at our rights. That's where I'm screaming about it, and it's like it doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but they do each thing at a time. It's incrementally. It doesn't happen overnight, It happens with time. They take one away, they take another one away. We go back to 9/11, and after the Twin Towers and all of that, and then the stuff they did as a result of that, and then we fast forward to COVID and the stuff that they did as a result of that. You know what I'm saying? You have to add all of that on top of each other, because that's where we are now. You know what I mean? Not as free as we were before, with a lot less rights.
And we're talking about and those are 2 decades separate, but there was things that was happening along the way that structured the mindsets of the masses, where some of these things would become a lot more acceptable because of the way that it was presented to us.
Right.
So we have to be careful that even these little small changes is affecting us every time. So I mean, that's just like, hey, you're not eating a whole pound of sugar today, and you're not going to gain 20 pounds by tomorrow, but you continue to put those little increments, little increments, little increments. It's going to reflect at some point.
It's gonna add up
Without the repairs or the things that's going to balance it out.
Let me play some more of these.
In a totalitarian society, the population is divided into two groups, the rulers and the ruled, and both groups undergo a pathological transformation. The rulers are elevated to an almost godlike status, which is diametrically opposed to our nature as imperfect beings who are easily corrupted by power. The masses, on the other hand, are transformed into the dependent subjects of these pathological rulers and take on a psychologically regressed and childlike status.
Wow. They take on a childlike status. So the thing is, both groups are
Minority.
going through a psychosis. Both groups are going through a
Minority.
psychosis. Even the one that is the ones that's running the show, they are going through a psychosis too. Like, they're crazy. Like, as a result of this, like, they think that they're perfect. They think that they, are right all the time. That that's another manifestation of what I was saying about trying to tell somebody that they were wrong, or something that they did wrong, or whatever, or something that they don't know about. You know what I mean? They're gonna be the ones who gonna, attack you if you tell them that they were wrong about something, or tell them some information that they didn't know, or try to teach them something. You know what I'm saying? And that trickles down to everyone else.
Well, I think that I guess based on my understanding of how our democracy, the republic, along with the democratic practices, are supposed to operate in this country, and the imbalance of those the imbalance of those, you know, those different structures is where we are today. Because I mean, if we really look at, like I said, the people who promote the idea of having a minority class has no has no nothing in there. They're not trying to promote equality at all. Like, it's always like it's an imbalance, because you're using something that's supposed to be as a crutch, and some people see that as a benefit. But if you want to get to where we're talking about humans are humans, regardless of your skin color, or your gender, or whatever, you're not going to use a minority status to get to that. You're going to just say, okay, well, hey, this is a world where we compete. This is where, what I'm saying, only those who have, proven themselves, or have worked 30, 40 years, I'll say, proven themselves in this society, can, reap the benefits of not, in their older age, to be able to use certain services, where somebody who's in their 20s are using these services because they just don't want to work hard, or they don't want to prove themselves, so they take the easy way out. But that's the childlike mindset that they're talking about.
You
Yeah,
know.
well, I'll tell you what, I know that when I look around, I see a lot of people and they behave like children. Like, they totally have this childlike mentality, of just waiting for somebody to tell them what to do, waiting for direction, you know.
Yeah.
Hannah Arendt, one of the 20th century's preeminent scholars of this form of rule, called totalitarianism an attempted transformation of human nature itself. But this attempted transformation only turns sound minds into sick minds. For as the Dutch medical doctor who studied the mental effects of living under totalitarianism wrote, there is in fact much that is comparable between the strange reactions of the citizens of totalitarianism and their culture as a whole. The transformation that unfolds under totalitarianism is built upon and sustained by delusions. For only deluded men and women regress to the childlike status of obedient and submissive subjects and hand over complete control of their lives to politicians and bureaucrats. Only a deluded ruling class will believe that they possess the knowledge, wisdom, and acumen to completely control society in a top down manner. And only when under the spell of delusions would anyone believe that a society composed of power hungry rulers, on the one hand, and a psychologically regressed population, on the other, will lead to anything other than mass suffering and social ruin.
So the delusions is what it's all about. And the name of the show today is Irrational Fear. And an irrational fear comes from delusions, And you can't have good mental health when you have a bunch of irrational fears. Now, fear is healthy when it's a healthy fear, when it's something that can actually harm you. You know what I mean? But when you are creating all of these things that aren't really a threat to you, and it's like a child being afraid of the dark. You know what I'm saying? The lights being off. Like, yes, you could stomp your toe, or you could trip over something, or you could bump your head. That's a rational fear. But that it's somebody hiding in the shadows, or like a ghost or a monster or something, that's irrational. You know what I'm saying? That's delusional. It's kind
Yeah.
of like you wanting to get these BBLs and say that you're a woman or whatever. Like, that's delusional. You know what I mean? Like, um
You
that's
said
where
that, I
we are.
didn't. You
That's
said it,
where
I
we
didn't.
I mean, I don't want to be offensive. I don't mean to be offensive, but
No, I'm
this
usually the one that is the offensive one. So that's, but
it,
I agree. I agree 1,000%. I
it's it's
I, I was.
it's delusional. You know what I'm saying? And this is the psychosis. And it's contagious, and it spreads. And then when you got a group of people trying to tell you,
The delusion is that they're believing they're a woman. The psychosis is them believing that we have to agree with that.
That's not the only delusion, but that's
Well,
another level of it.
I'm stripping it down to the base.
I
yeah,
hear you. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. But I'm just saying, like, I think that's a whole another level to it, because just the fact that, I mean, before you can even get to trying to make somebody else believe it, is that maybe you believe it already.
yeah, they do. And there's the delusion. That's what Doc was saying. And it says is that psychosis when you're getting other people to believe it. And then you got a group of people telling you that that's what it is. And then you're like, am I in the
Well,
twilight zone? Where am I? Like, what is
well,
going on?
No, you're
well.
in the
I mean,
translite zone.
well, when you, cause see, I mean, when you have these, you know, things to kind of lean on, like, okay, we're a different crowd. We're outside of the average, where we study shit. Like, we want to see things for ourselves and not wait for somebody to tell us, hey, it's okay if you believe this, or, hey, you know what, this is what you better believe, or else this, if you want to conform to the rest of the society. But the average person is like, they're afraid. A lot of people are afraid of being, because I mean, even though that they know, and that's something that I've noticed, is that they know that this is foolery, but they just jump right in and just go along with it, instead of just saying,
That ain't where I stand. I don't believe, say, hey, look, look, don't try to tell me what it is and what it's not, because I see for myself. If that's how you want to live, you go ahead. You know what I'm saying? But you wasting your time when you come over here talking that foolery, because you know what I'm saying, I'm just gonna cut you off. Like, I love you, you know what I'm saying? Because you're a human being, regardless of how confused you are or whatever, how you choose to live your life, you have that right. But at the same time, don't come over here trying to tell me and my people, or what I'm saying, trying to, you know,
and
set
and,
a
and
stand,
and that's what they do. They force you to go down the road of their fantasy, to go down the road of their delusions,
so they can be
because
happy.
right, it makes them feel more comfortable. It makes it more real.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I got to
dating
play.
needs to be a matter of
Go ahead, Doc.
dating used to be a matter of what's in the box. Now dating is a matter of, is it a box?
Tuh.
Wow.
And what comes next?
But what
Huh.
triggers the psychosis of totalitarianism? As was explored in the previous video of this series, the mass psychosis of totalitarianism begins in a society's ruling class. The individuals that make up this class, be it politicians, bureaucrats, or crony capitalists, are very prone to delusions that augment their power, and no delusion is more attractive to the power hungry than the delusion that they can and should control and dominate a society. When a ruling elite becomes possessed by a political ideology of this sort, be it communism, fascism, or technocracy, the next step is to induce a population into accepting their rule by infecting them with the mass psychosis of totalitarianism. This psychosis has been induced many times throughout history, and as Mirlu explains, it is simply a question of reorganizing and manipulating collective feelings in the proper way. The general method by which the members of a ruling elite can accomplish this end is called menticide, with the etymology of this word being a killing of the mind, and as Mirlu further explains, menticide is an old crime against the human mind and spirit, but systematized anew. It is an organized system of psychological intervention and judicial perversion through which a ruling class can imprint their own opportunistic thoughts upon the minds of those they plan to use and destroy.
So it was a story I heard. They were talking about these people who feel like they were born to be leaders, and they said that they're like the hawk, or and the
Eagle.
people are just like the mice that they just supposed to consume, like, and this is the way it's supposed to be, like they're born to be that. And they're smart and they know a lot of stuff, and then they expect everyone to be dumb and not know stuff, and they should be able to use them in any way they see fit, like, you know what I mean, like consume them literally, you know. And I think that's kind of what he's talking about here. He says, and then it takes, what did he say, it it's the killing of the mind or whatever. He was talking about the etymology of the word, menticide is the death of the mind. Wow.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is like, I think that really, besides some of the words that, and the way that they're presented might confuse some people, but if you really just kind of look at the system as it is, and I guess even like we're talking about etymology, and we compare monarchy with monopoly, like those two words have the same root, and they pretty much go along the same lines, because we're talking about a system that is aligned in one direction, like it is our corporate structure. Because I mean, because to some extent maybe we're looking at it from a monarchy type of situation, but the totalitarianism is somewhat a system built on that same kind of idea or structure. So we're really seeing where, like, when we look at the top businesses in this country and how they align
with the government. Like they do no wrong. They pretty much, when the government is saying this, they have laws and policies that connect directly. It's like, and then they have the people to follow along in that structure, pretty much, uh, programming you to accept it that same way. Because if we were dealing with a system that was outside of that, where we truly had free markets, and we had owners with different mindsets, we wouldn't have to fall into that direct, like almost immediately, because maybe over time it would happen faster. But just like when the last 2 to 3 years, when this the world changed, shall we say, everything just kind of just kind of fell right into place. And a lot of the companies that may have different structures fell by the wayside. And
I,
that's
I I think that you're right. I think that I really don't think it's any difference from the monarchy. It's like the owners are the kings and the queens. The CEOs are like the lords, or the knights, or whatever you want to call them. What was it? The ones that were like the religious ones that wore the robes and stuff. The only people that could write and read and stuff. You know, um, you
you talking
know,
about the Jesuits,
I'm trying
the
to think of the
the
proper
priest.
term.
Um,
Priest. I think that's the word I'm looking for. And so, but anyways, the system, I think, is still the same. It's just they call it different names, but the structure is the same. You know,
yeah,
and we
no,
and we
exactly.
and we worship these people just like then. And we feel like they deserve to be in the spots that they're in. You know what I mean?
But
Like
they are part of that psychosis, because they're given the the image of a separate entity. But when they're working all into it's showing a cohesive front. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that one is thinking, the next one is doing. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I say it's the same thing. I think it's
I don't think it's different.
yeah.
Let me play some more. It said the rape of the mind. Wow.
Priming a population for the crime of
Good.
menticide begins with the sowing of fear. For as was explored in the first video of this series, when an individual is flooded with negative emotions such as fear or anxiety, he or she is very susceptible to a descent into the delusions of madness. Threats, real, imagined, or fabricated, can be used to sow fear, but a particularly effective technique is to use waves of terror. Under this technique, the sowing of fear is staggered with periods of calm. But each of these periods of calm is followed by the manufacturing of an even more intense spell of fear. And on the process goes. Or as Mirlu writes, each wave of terrorizing creates its effects more easily after a breathing spell than the one that preceded it, because people are still disturbed by their previous experience. Morality becomes lower and lower, and the psychological effects of each new propaganda campaign become stronger. It reaches a public already softened up.
Does that not sound like what's happening? You know what I'm saying? Waves of terror, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, uh
Fear,
fear
induced
that's,
fear.
yeah, induced fear, like he said, real or imagined, and they and then they increase the terror each time, and it's all to lead you down the road of accepting these delusions. Like you want to escape. That's what happens. That's why you believe in the delusions, is because you want to escape your reality. You know what I mean? Because it's so horrible, it hurts so
Well,
bad, it's so painful, it's so scary. You have so much anxiety that you just don't want to be there anymore, so
well,
you escape with your mind using these delusions.
well, you got
Go
to
ahead.
think about too how easily, like, because I mean, when you have a religious text book, or even the narrative, the doctrination of these different texts, that helps you believe that way.
And then when you're seeing things in real life that is somewhat matching up with it, it's easier for, because once you start falling into one uh, delusion, the next one is much easier to go into, and you'll actually fight against anything, regardless of how much common sense it is to say, "Hey, you know what? This doesn't really make sense." You're so invested already in that feeling or the denial of those feelings to where you don't like anything that they give to you, you're gonna accept it just as much as you did the last time, if
And
not
that's why I'm
more.
so against lying to children and telling them the little stories, the little fairy tales, the little white lies, or whatever you want to call them, and it, they just it leads them down this road of believing in stuff that's not real
But
and is not
but
true, and it makes it easier later on for somebody to tell them another lie, because if the lie is you know smaller than the big lie that they were sold when they were younger, they're gonna chew it up a lot easier. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot easier for them to get,
well, but
swayed.
listen. I mean, why do you think that it's they criminalize parents that will put their that doesn't send their kids to public schools. I mean, or let's just say indoctrination camps, because uh, there are private schools that you can send your kids to, but there's still that same kind of order that is from 5 years old until damn near 20 years old. You're you're being taught or given a certain mindset, regardless of how different it might be at home. They're teaching them how to envision the world, and you know, and they're spending like 8 hours, like at least like 8 hours a day. Like, you don't have that much time with your child per day, and especially in that type of order to really keep them out of some of these mindsets, shall I say? I mean, or because I mean they've pretty much learned how to control the population's mindset from the womb all the way to, like, for some people, through their entire lives. Some people never wake up out of that spell.
And I hear you on that and indoctrination camps, but I have to push back a little bit because these private schools can be indoctrination camps too, and
That,
some
that's
of
why
these
that's why I changed. That's
public
why I
schools can
changed
be
it.
good. And so, but the thing that I was focusing on is, like, you tell the kid about the fairy, or you tell them that Santa Claus is the one who's bringing your gifts, all of this stuff like that, and then later on you tell them, oh no, that was just all bullshit. So, but they were impressionable and they believed that stuff when they were younger. You know what I mean? So, and then they had to disregard what they saw with their own eyes and believe this story that you was telling them, which didn't have no evidence other than everybody around them was telling them
Well,
that was true.
well, that's the trust and belief, because I mean, like, parents have a great responsibility in this, because it's like, if everybody else is saying, okay, Santa is coming, and you better be good, naughty and nice, and then and blah blah blah, whatever, whatever, and like, yeah, you want your kid to be good, but does it have to be under the circumstances that some guy is gonna come slide down or sneak in your window, slide down the chimney if you have one, or somehow magically come drop some gifts off in your house? Like, we didn't have a chimney, so that's why I'm like, well, how the hell he get in here? You know what I'm saying? Like, I had ways to where I'm questioning it the whole time. So when I find out, okay, this is not true, it was a relief for me, because like, it never made sense to me. But there's children who feel like, all the way up until like maybe even teenage years, that thing is real, because the parents are able to push this lie further and further and further, because it's just like, you know, it's but I don't think it's healthy. I mean, yes, we can have these holidays, these holy days that exist for one reason or another.
But don't
But
lie to the kids. Don't
yeah,
lie to
what?
them.
No,
Don't lie to them. And they should have other kinds of incentives to be good or whatever, because it's, you're going to get benefits from it from yourself. You're going to feel good to be good. You know what I mean? You should want to please your parents. Your parents are going to be happy with you if you be good. Don't
yeah,
tell them that, some fat guy is going to come and give you some gifts, or he going to put a lump of coal in your thing if you're not good. That's bad parenting. And that's setting up this situation for these delusions.
yeah. But I think that's one of the reasons why they do that, and they press the religious, especially when we're talking about in religion, instead of giving them the facts and giving them. Because I mean, of course, there's like 5 or 6 different ways that you can actually study the Bible, and because it is a science book, but for the child, the actual, the literal way would be the first way to try to teach them. But then, of course, they would have to grow into a different stage to be able to understand how these other things kind of work along with it, instead of, telling them like, because I mean, I guess a lot of us know, like when we're talking about Christ, each one of us has the ability to be that. And when you start telling them that it's just this one person, they're never going to look within themselves to be better, or to have the power that they need to make the changes in their life, because they're still stuck thinking that something outside of themselves is going to come and fix it.
Right. And that's the same thing I feel about the heaven and hell. When you tell the kid he's going to go to hell, that's child abuse. The kid
I think
believes
so
you.
too. Yeah, no, that is mental abuse, and not letting them know that you can experience heaven or hell right here where you stand.
Right.
It's not.
So then think about the power of the mind. So if you tell them they're going to go to hell, then they create an actual real hell with their mind, and they actually go there because they believed what you were saying.
Yeah. So because some,
While
some of them in their mind do believe that I'm just not good. I do bad things and this, that, and the other, and they'll start to believe that, hey, you know what, I must be just bad, and they'll follow suit, because it's like, okay, well, I guess this is who I am. When you can, when they understand that they have the choice, because you have the capabilities of being good or evil, or maybe even
But
somewhere
see,
a balance in between the two. So trying
this is
to
where this is where the whole problem with cancel culture comes involved. Because nowadays, if you make a mistake or say something bad or wrong, you are bad. You are banished. You're kicked out, ostracized. You're screwed over. I mean, there was this basketball that was calling some gay guys the old term for it. What British people call cigarettes,
yeah,
and made some disparaging remarks. And a gay fan comes up to this guy, says, "I'm gonna prove you wrong. You're gonna come out." So he goes out with the guy, goes and hangs out at a bar with him, has the best time of his life, goes back out, starts getting involved with the gay community and becoming a spokesman for them. Today, that could never happen. There would never have been a chance for him to get involved, to learn, to grow, to become better, because he would have been canceled and forced out of the league, lost all of his contracts, and if certain people saw him on the side of the road, they wouldn't even give him change to get a coffee or food, because he's a horrible person.
That's
and
terrible.
I think most people innately want to be good and do good, and when you leave that window so wide open, instead of giving the balance, like, I mean, the seesaw needs something on the other end to help it stay balanced. So I mean, when you just leave it one sided, and that this is what it is and blah blah blah, you're not really giving them that real chance to grow. I think that's where we're failing humanity in a lot of ways.
Let me play some more of this.
fear primes a population for menticide, the use of propaganda to spread misinformation and to promote confusion with respect to the source of the threats and the nature of the crisis helps to break down the minds of the masses. Government officials and their lackeys in the media can use contradictory reports, nonsensical information, and even blatant lies. As the more they confuse, the less capable will a population be to cope with the crisis and diminish their fear in a rational and adaptive manner. Confusion, in other words, heightens the susceptibility of a descent into the delusions of totalitarianism. Or as Mirlu explains, logic can be met with logic, while illogic cannot. It confuses those who think straight. The big lie and monotonously repeated nonsense have more emotional appeal than logic and reason. While the people are still searching for a reasonable counterargument to the first lie, the totalitarians can assault them with another.
That's another one that sounds like the
Down.
pandemic.
Hey, I thought you was about to say down, down, down,
Yeah.
because that, bro, that is say, bro, man, I felt so alone, bro.
Yeah, and the confusion, right? Because they kept saying this, and then they kept saying that, and then they kept saying this, and then they would change it, and they would come back, and then they would say this, and then they would say that. It was so much confusion. Even us logical thinking people would get caught up sometimes in, like, they throw a
Yes.
little bit of truth in there, and then you're like, I don't know what to think now.
And a lot of times I was like, I understand the average person may not remember sixth grade science, but it's like, bro, this is sixth grade science. You know what I'm saying? Like I was a freaking dropout, and I caught it. I got it. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't there every day like the rest of y'all, but guess what? I remember how fucking life science went. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you serious? Like y'all really forgot how all this stuff operates, and them all the stuff that they're telling you, you don't realize that this goes against everything that they taught us growing up, and we're stuck right here in the middle. And I get, like I swear, like everybody, I know that you're trying to do what your decision you think is the right thing, and you're doing it because you feel this is the right thing, but because you don't have anything to oppose, any other knowledge, that information that's coming out to oppose any of it, is really what's put them in fear.
Yeah,
Like,
and I don't think that they forgot. This stuff was coming from authority figures. You know what I'm saying? And then it was so much confusion. Really smart people was getting caught up in this. It's
I
it,
know.
it wasn't that they didn't know. It's just like it's coming from an authority figure. They keep saying this. They keep saying that. They keep saying this. They keep saying that. Doc, you wanted to say something? It sounded like you was about to say something. Let me read this quote again. It says, logic cannot be met with logic. No, logic can be met with logic, while illogic cannot.
Cannot. Yes.
It confuses
Exactly.
those who think straight. So it's like you can't, you can't fight illogical thinking with logical thinking. It's just not gonna
Never.
work. And then
Never.
and then the illogical thinking confuses us who thinks logically, and it ends up winning because we
You
don't
can't
know how
combat
to.
it.
Yeah.
There's no way to combat foolery. Like insane. Like there's no way that you can, like that's just like the what's the I forget the people that see things that's not there. Like there's no way to explain to
Schizophrenics.
the schizophrenics. Like there's no way to go and like just you're not going to solve the situation by going to a schizophrenic and saying, hey, this is just a figment of your imagination. Hey, well, let's go drink a cup of coffee and we can talk about this and things are just going to be okay. You're going to get your head bashed in.
Go up and tell him, hey, that guy beside you is talking about you.
Yeah, yeah. The dude sitting next to you is about to get a whooping, and if you don't move, you about to get it too. Because you know what I'm saying. Like there's still gonna like there's no way to fix that. So I mean, it's so many times like people that I admire, like people I love, and to have to go through those, you know, like trying to have a conversation with them, and they're getting angry
with you because you make sense.
Mm.
If you followed along and said some of the things that didn't make sense like the rest of them, you would be applauded and like, yeah, come on in, you're a buddy, you. But because I'm on the opposite side of all of it, I'm an enemy.
Yeah. So the next line, it said, the big lie and monotonously repeated nonsense have more emotional appeal than logic and reason.
Yeah.
So it's emotionally, people get caught up in it, and then it gets repeated over and over and over and over again, that they just disregard. They just, they just let their logical mind just like kind of go to sleep,
Bro, bro, how and this is like a great example because we've all experienced it. The radio starts playing a song that makes no sense, we hate, but because they keep playing it every hour on the hour, or 2 or 3 times within the hour, and you keep hearing this thing over and over again, at some point you just kind of like, it's not too
You
bad.
start singing along to it. It's your
Yes,
favorite song now,
yes,
and that's why I don't listen to the radio.
and that's insane, and that's insanity, bro.
That's programming. Let me read the next line. It says, while the people are still searching for a reasonable counter argument for the first lie, the totalitarians can assault them with another. So you just
I love the way that they're describing this, the assault,
yeah.
because it's
Yeah.
exactly what they're doing. It's another assault. It's another lie to throw in your face instead of trying to, answer for what the previous conversation. All right, no, fuck that. Here comes another one. Deal with this one now.
Yeah. Bomb. They just drop a bomb in your lap. And the politicians nowadays, they're really good at this. And they tell a big lie, and then they keep on telling it over and over and over again, even in the face of all this evidence that dispels it. And it's
Bro,
like you start to question yourself. You're like, maybe they know something I don't know.
what profession has to, uh, you know, actually, I guess, you know, that uses psychology on a regular daily basis? Lawyers.
Politicians,
Well,
ads,
well,
lawyers.
well. I would say to start, at on the lower level. Let's just say the lawyers, but most politicians are lawyers.
Yeah.
So when we look at it from that angle, like, maybe we should expect that type of behavior, but you
And,
know,
and and if we think about it that way, then maybe we can be able to deal with the words that they use instead of going into our emotional state and allowing them to take us into these delusions.
and if we looked at it as war to begin with, like a lot of things that we hear, because when we start getting a sense of, okay, all right, this is what's happening, this person's not going to see a second term. And then
So
we will get more of a balance of people. It's like, all right, well, we see what happened to the last people. They want to maintain their job, then they're going to do something different. But there's so many people that's so hooked on or used to this type of, you know, formation. The way this is just the way that we've accepted things to be, is that we don't even fight back.
So these quotes came from Just Mirlu, and it's from a publication called The Rape of the Mind. Let me play some more.
Never before in history have such effective means existed to manipulate a society into the psychosis of totalitarianism. Smartphones and social media, television and the internet, all in conjunction with algorithms that quickly censor the flow of unwanted information, allow those in power to easily assault the minds of the masses. What is more, the addictive nature of these technologies means that many people voluntarily subject themselves to the ruling elite's propaganda with a remarkable frequency. Modern technology, explains Mirlu, teaches man to take for granted the world he is looking at. He takes no time to retreat and reflect. Technology lures him on, dropping him into its wheels and movements. No rest, no meditation, no reflection, no conversation. The senses are continually overloaded with stimuli. Man doesn't learn to question his world anymore. The screen offers him answers, ready made.
Man. So we talked about in the show recently about sensory overload or whatever. How like they just keep on, and then our short attention span and how we just constantly just keep getting like scrolling the reels, or scrolling on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and it jumps from subject to subject to subject, and it's like coming at you fast, and it's just like
It's
your
addictive.
senses
I find myself on those reels a lot.
and your senses are overloaded, so you never get a chance, like you said, you never get a chance to reflect. you know Let me read it. It says modern technology teaches man to take for granted the world he is looking at. So that's an important ass line right there. So like we get caught in the fantasy. We're looking at these screens all the time, and we think it's better. Like, it's kind of like, those vacation videos that you see online all the time, those destinations and stuff and you're like, oh man, I would love to be there. That'd be a great place to be or whatever. And you imagine going there or whatever, and instead of looking out your window or walking down the street and looking at the beautiful environment that you're already in, you take for granted what's in real life, and you covet this fake world that's on your screen.
You end up sitting there watching it 6 or 7 times before you flip to the next one, because it's just like you end up getting mesmerized by this these images, and you get caught up in them. Like I said, I mean, I find myself doing that from time to time, but I also make sure that I enjoy the things around me as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you see, a lot of times when I'm on at home and I'm chilling, with the family, this, that, and the other, like I am enjoying that as much as possible. You don't see me interacting so much with everything else in the world. But when I'm back out here on the road and I'm by myself and this, that, and the other, that's when you find me, interacting with the world way more than I would when I'm at home. But I think that's, just kind of I think that's somewhat normal, somewhat
Well, that's your
acceptable.
escape. So, but let me read this last line. It says, man doesn't learn to question his world anymore. The screen offers him answers ready made. So the man doesn't question the world anymore. Like he already knows, because the screen tells him everything that he needs to know. You know what I mean? Like there's no
Well,
knowledge being gained or whatever. You your
it's the
answers are
dist-
already given to you. You
well,
know.
it's the distraction, because it's not necessarily that the answers are given to you per se. Where I would say in that sentence is more so that you're not taking the time to get any other answers, because your mind is already you know distracted, or you know I guess somewhat, like your problems are not even, not even considering your your reality right now, because you're trapped inside of your device.
Yeah, so
So
but it kind of goes with what I was saying before about how you try to tell somebody something and they feel like they already know, and that they're in arrested development. So they feel like they already know, because the
got you.
screen has told them what
Well,
it is. And if you tell
yes,
them something else, then like again, you're the enemy, you're
you
taking me away from
you're
my
a
fantasy.
conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. So the screen already told me what it was. You don't have to tell me nothing. Like it's kind of like knowing another language. Like you speak another language, and the other person just uses a translator or whatever, and he feels like you're stupid for taking all the time to learn this language. Where I could just go to the screen and ask it to translate what you said, and that I don't have to do all of that you did. So I already know what you know, because all I have to do is go to the screen and it tells me. But
Yeah.
that's that's a delusion, because the screen is wrong all the damn time. That it's
All the time.
if you ever use translators, you know that the thing is, context is everything in with language. So, and if you don't put the proper context in there, then the screen is going to give you a wrong answer. You know what I'm saying? And then you got words that mean different things. It.
But listen, look, this is an angle that I think people need to get, because the screen can be like it's right and it's wrong at the same time, but it's more wrong than it's right, because there's only one answer for one right, but there's many things that's wrong on one subject. We can find many things wrong, but there's one direction for rightness or correctness. So what I'm saying, or so there's many things that you're gonna see that's gonna probably be wrong than you actually being right. So
Let me play some more of this.
But there is a further step the would-be totalitarian rulers can take to increase the chance of a totalitarian psychosis. And this is to isolate the victims and to disrupt normal social interactions. When alone and lacking normal interactions with friends, family, and coworkers, an individual becomes far more susceptible to delusions for several reasons. Firstly, they lose contact with the corrective force of the positive example, for not everyone is tricked by the machinations of the ruling elite, and the individuals who see through the propaganda can help free others from the menticidal assault. If, however, isolation is enforced, the power of these positive examples greatly diminishes. But another reason that isolation increases the efficacy of menticide is because, like many other species, human beings are more easily conditioned into new patterns of thought and behavior when isolated. Or as Mirlu explains with regards to the physiologist Ivan Pavlov's work on behavioral conditioning, Pavlov made another significant discovery. The conditioned reflex could be developed most easily in a quiet laboratory with a minimum of disturbing stimuli. Every trainer of animals knows this from his own experience. Isolation and the patient repetition of stimuli are required to tame wild animals. The totalitarians have followed this rule. They know that they can condition their political victims most quickly if they are kept in isolation.
And what are they doing? What is the main thing that's happening? It's like the separation of us. You know what I'm saying? And then the thing is, with the technology, we feel like we are having real conversations. We feel like we're connected to others, but we're not. There's a huge disconnect there that's happening through our devices. You know what I'm saying? And the political atmosphere of putting people in different camps and putting people in different groups. And then you can use the pandemic again as another great example of this, because they made us all stay at home for
well,
like 2
listen.
years.
Well, I think that because that's a good example, but I think that even before and after the pandemic, we can look at our politics, just period. Because one thing is that all right, let's just say like CNN, Fox News. CNN leans heavily on one end and Fox in the opposite, for the most part. So people who tend to look at CNN had a mindset that went in a certain direction, whereas those who Fox News mindset went in a different direction, and they had some things that might have come and met in the middle, but it still separated you enough because the just the way that propaganda was, that it was the way that you could separate these people. You kind of would, even though you're dealing with these people day to day, but your minds are being detained or being somewhat separated because you're more attracted to a certain ideal or certain things that you might agree with more, because this is where your because what was the terminology that he used as far as you know what was the terminology he used as far as separating from
Isolation.
the isolation? So this is an isolation of the mind, really, because they're taking, they're using these different ideologies, and let's just say, like, we got neighbors that see each other every day. They're not physically separated, truly, but because of the ideologies that's being sold to them, because of the propaganda that they're getting from the different news that they get, is still controlling them, and also making them you know like, I guess you could it's kind of, I don't know the right words to use on that, but it's still like, it's like it's the isolation game, a mental isolation game,
Yeah.
to a certain
Absolutely.
extent.
Absolutely. Let me play a little bit more.
Alone, confused, and battered by waves of terror, a population under an attack of menticide descends into a hopeless and vulnerable state. The never ending stream of propaganda turns minds once capable of rational thought into playhouses of irrational forces, and with chaos swirling around them and within them, the masses crave a return to a more ordered world. The would be totalitarians can now take the decisive step. They can offer a way out and a return to order in a world that seems to be moving rapidly in the opposite direction. But all this comes at a price. The masses must give up their freedom and cede control of all aspects of life to the ruling elite.
Hmm.
They must relinquish their capacity to be self reliant individuals who are responsible for their own lives and become submissive and obedient subjects. The masses, in other words, must descend into the delusions of the totalitarian psychosis. Totalitarianism, writes Mirlu, is man's escape from the fearful realities of life into the virtual womb of the leaders. The individual's actions are directed from this womb, from the inner sanctum. Man need no longer assume responsibility for his own life. The order and logic of the prenatal world reign. There is peace and silence, the peace of utter submission.
The peace of utter submission.
Mm. Bro, I wonder how long it took for him to put all that together, bro. Like, this is like perfectly worded, bro. I mean, right terminology, like, I mean, just the vocabulary is just like, man. Phew.
This is ChatGPT that's been run through a Matrix X, a humanizing filter, and then edited using a different program.
Mm.
I recognize some of the cadence of it because I've been working with stuff like that lately.
Mm.
This is a very good. This one, I would take this instead of doing the voiceover myself. I would probably take this to an AI voice generator and let that cool, gruff guy sound the one that you hear in 87 things, but can't possibly be the one guy doing all of those statements.
Yeah.
You know, I know you've heard that voice, that country guy
Yeah.
that just goes, yeah, that's a greedy mother. Use something like that voice on it, or one of the other ones, because there's a
Yeah.
lot of AI voices right now that don't sound like they are AI voices.
Yeah. So it says totalitarianism is man's escape from the fearful realities of life into the virtual womb of the leader. So the fearful realities of life, like you having to make the decisions on your own, you having to find your way on your own, you haven't determined what's right and what's wrong on your own. It's all real scary to you. So I'm just gonna climb into the womb of my leader and let him just take control of my life so I don't have to do it. Like, it's taking the blue pill in the Matrix.
Yes. That, and
You could almost replace communism and totalitarianism there too, because it's a very similar mindset.
I would say it's the same mindset. I mean, that's what totalitarianism is. What I mean, because I mean, that's the political way to say, you know, totalitarianism is communism. common, like the common thought.
Yeah.
You
So,
know,
but look, I think you can interchange a whole bunch of.
But see, they're calling the conservatives and the Republicans totalitarianisms right now, and that's why I'm
who
not saying it that way.
So what?
who can?
So, but you can replace that word with other words too, because right now we living in a capitalism state, right?
No,
So
no.
technically, we're right. We live in a capitalist country, right? So, but we're still walking
So
down this road into
You
totalitarianism,
gonna
even
throw
within
that wheat? You gonna
it's
really try to throw that wheat curve and get by with it?
say, bro. Look, capitalism exists because I mean, just because they say it's capitalism doesn't necessarily mean it is. Because, like, okay, yeah, you can capitalize, but it's not on it's more of a monopoly than it is capitalist. I mean, business is going to move one way or another, but capitalism is a different idea than when a few people lead and some people like to just to give the image of capitalism that they allow some of the average people to be able to operate as a business, but it doesn't mean that that's really we would see banks and like what we wouldn't be seeing these bailouts so much if capitalism was at the highest ideology of this country.
and I agree with what you're saying as far as they can say it's capitalism, but it's not. But then you have different views of what capitalism is, though, because then you talk about the free market or whatever.
Okay.
If you're talking about the free market and then you're saying it's capitalism, but capitalism is about the one who has the most money being able to come in and buy whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So the one
no.
who has the most money is the one who's dictating what's going on. So then that's not a free market, really, because the person who has the most money is the one who's controlling the
Well,
market.
well,
So
capitalism.
capitalism automatically is going to lead to monopolies and oligarchies.
No, that's not true because all right, capitalism is more so when the people are able to be able to capitalize in business and there's the factor of winning and losing is there all the time. But the politicians being able to decide who wins or who loses, who's able to win or fail is a totally different system. So we have to really pay attention there because, you know, at one point there were private banks that might have to shut down because, their business wasn't right. But in this day and age, when business isn't right, and the people can lose their homes, but the banks can still survive. Like that's another system. That's not true capitalism.
Yeah, they socialize the risk and they privatize the profits. So yeah, that's
Okay,
that's that's not really
that's that.
capitalism. So I can't
It's
really disagree. It's a mix of socialism and
it's a
capitalism is what it
they
is.
sell the idea and make people believe that that's what's going on. Because I mean, even in the system, like I'm in business, but at the same time, if it's not for me depending on other businesses to be able to, you know, to operate or to be able to function properly, I probably would have fallen by the wayside by now. Like, but like I said, I mean, we can't forget, like we got to remember, like there's other processes in that's going on at the same time, and when we allow these things that we think is helping us to because everything is supposed to keep a, a union, us as a union, which I think it'll probably be better for us as a people to be operating from, our individual maybe states and all, because some states are going to have to lose just so that, the federal government can somewhat win some kind of way. Um,
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
I just think that, when they like to say, they say free market capitalism to be more specific. But I think when you say free market capitalism, I think that's a bit of an oxymoron, like I said, because of the amount of money. Because capitalism is all about money, but it's not a free market. It's not an even playing field for people because whoever has the most capital is the one who's going to win every
Yeah.
time.
But they make
And
sure certain people don't get that kind of power because it would push it away from them. And because I mean, if the average person, let's just say that we had a pack where we could we put monies together and we had an operating system where we could get products from China without having to use other middlemen that's making sure that we still pay a certain amount. Like if we could deal directly with them and be able to get those products from there to here without having to incur X amount of dollars just to get it, like that would be more considered a fair trade. But that doesn't exist. Like we can order stuff from China, but guess what? We still got to go through certain channels to be able to get it. So like they're making sure that they tax us enough for us to not grow the same way that they can.
there was a
Even
clip.
even with Alibaba, like even like that's it's still not fair.
There was a clip where they were talking about the different states and how the some states. Oh, I found it. Cool. This is what I was looking for. Let me play this right quick, y'all, and we're gonna come back to this because this kind of goes with what you were saying. And but I think it's important to try to understand this picture, like across the United States, and how one state is subsidizing the other.
The great
Yeah.
the Kansas policy. I mean, it was a debacle. No economic growth. 71% of the GDP in America are blue counties.
I would take their
71% of the GDP
It's
in
a
America
high
are
population
blue counties.
centers.
Progressive policies.
Okay, that are paying high taxes and
71% of the country's
entrepreneurs-
wealth. 7 of the top 10 dependent states
Let's say
are your
you're right.
states.
Let's say you.
No, we're subsidizing your states, Sean, because of your policies.
I'm in New York. You're not subsidizing anything from
but
me.
your philosophy.
I'm getting the hell out of New York, though. Mississippi, Alabama, I'm all for it over New York or California.
Yeah. I mean, I love Mississippi.
But what you
The
say,
governor leaves me one.
I'm sure. Look, this is not personal.
No, none of it.
But the point
This is on its way to be the
That's
fourth
why they're
largest
leaving.
economy in the world. What are you arguing for? Mississippi's economic policy? Is that, I mean, literally, that's
If
what
you're
you're arguing
asking
for.
me if I wanted,
the great
if I wanted
the Kansas policy. I mean, it was a debacle.
The
No
answer
economic
is-
growth. 71%
I
of the
would take
GDP
their
in
tax.
America are blue counties.
I would.
Okay, so the clip, Newsom, that's the California. 71% of the GDP in America are blue counties, progressive policies. 7 of the top 10 dependent states are your states. We're subsidizing your states because of your policies. So he's talking about like the economic. He said Mississippi was an example. Let me read some comments. It might clear it up a little bit. The top comment says, "You heard the man. He's moving to Mississippi or Alabama. Let me know when it happens, y'all." Another comment that says, "Red states take in more tax dollars than they send out, and it's not even close. They brag about low taxes on corporations and wealthy individuals, but put that tax burden on the middle class citizens. The moment those states have natural disaster or emergency, they immediately run to the federal government for help. That help is coming from California, New York, Illinois, etc. It's not coming from Mississippi or Kentucky." What do y'all think?
I think to some extent, I would say that they're probably more correct. That's that in that comment, they're probably more correct than wrong. But you know, like the state policy. I mean, some we're talking about Kentucky. Maybe not, but the potential is higher, to grow in Mississippi than it is in New York. But because of the way that things are structured, like New York, I mean, really, I mean, I guess really they should, no, they should be able to do just as well. But I mean, we got to look at the, you know, what they call it, because I mean, everything costs way more there than it would or should in Mississippi. But because in Mississippi, they can get, they get things on the regular. They own the Gulf, and have the route to export, like import and export, should be a lot higher in the Gulf. Let's say a Gulf states, or uh, something that's along the ocean or the Gulf. So those in the middle, because I would say that the central states, the northern central states, should be more dependent, just because of the fact that the access is not going to be there the same way for others. But there's just really, I would say that there's bad policy in a lot of states that it shouldn't be. Like, they're allowing to themselves to be used in ways that, you know they should be able to turn around and say, well, no, like they did a long time ago. Instead of sending things up to Philadelphia, like, we got a border state right here. Why are we not just doing, I can manufacture, produce these things and ship them out to other countries right here in the South. So, I don't necessarily need to send my shit to you in Philadelphia, and you charge 3 or 4 times more than what I can, when I can just charge double what I charge and make way more. And you don't have to be a part of this at all. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things that, you know, I think are factors in it. Policy would be one, but I think there's a lot more going on. I think the dependency and like, the structure is set up so that, you know, I guess there can be some balance between the states so that it's not as much competition. But that's where, like, that's what would make more things great for the people, if there was more competition
Uh,
overall.
let me read this next comment. It says, God, I love this. Hannity is actually saying he'd rather live in one of the poorest shit states because their economics are better. And the argument is that if these economic policies were so good, then why is the state so shitty? You know, and the opposite
But
with
is it
California
really
and New
though?
York.
I mean,
because
the
if you
question you
take a
have.
look at the Democratic states he's talking about, if you take a look at the Democratic states he's talking about that are so great and make all the money, New York, Chicago, Detroit, California, all of these either have niche businesses which bring in a lot of money, or they're old school oligarchy money, old school steel, turn of the century money. And he's comparing against Mississippi, a farming state, Arkansas, farming state, Louisiana, farming state. You're comparing industrial states versus ones that never built up the industry and probably never will, because we don't have access to the minerals and the mines and all of that got the steel to the places that built those cities up.
Well,
And with all the
well,
jobs that used to be there, people flocked to those states. They started voting Democratic because, hey, we got all this money. Let's get some fun free stuff. And then slowly businesses start moving out because the tax rates go up and they're too high. The inner cities get abandoned and turned to crap because there's no businesses around anymore. And then the suburbs get pushed out. That's where the business owners live. They still get taxed. Those are great. Meanwhile, the cities become, full of education deserts, food deserts, become gang heavens. I mean, yeah, he can argue all he wants about how we're carrying you guys and stuff like that. But like I said, that's saying, oh, well, that's because we're from old money and we're from big corporate money. That's what he's really
well,
saying.
listen, because see, I think the idea, because you actually said something that really sparked a big idea in me, is that, I mean, if you really think about some of the overall global ideas, that a lot of these states have fallen into, especially when we're talking about democratic states like Mississippi, Louisiana, like what people somewhat consider red states, but a lot of they have a lot of blue ideas. It's just like, okay, they're following along with this GMO thing where it ruins the land. You don't, after so long, you don't have anywhere that you can grow. So what your strong suit in agriculture is being diminished because you want to follow a global idea of, you know, whatever you want to call it. But when you're not utilizing your, your best suits, the things that prospered you, and you're following things that doesn't do good for you and the people in where you live, like that's it's going to affect you. So I think that has a lot to really do with it. And then the education isn't focused around your strong suits. You have people that grow up there that's like, what the hell am I going to do here? Because they taught me technology, but the only thing that y'all do here is raise potatoes. So, the people who have loyalty to these states raised up and willing to benefit the area ends up somewhere else that could give a damn, could give a shit less about you. And you're trying to figure these new places out where, like, if you really wanted to build up that state that you're from, or you want to see the growth, it takes loyalty and also the ability to grow in that region. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a lot. But California, I'm gonna just say, like, they have a total, like, in that they have everything. They have the agriculture, they have technology, they have entertainment, they have, like, I mean, no matter how you look at California and how crazy things are there at this moment, like, they have the ability. Matter of fact, I remember 10, 20 years ago, they were the fifth largest economy in the world, including, like, outside of the USA, what we consider the US. So
Yeah,
the
and I think Doc's argument about the materials is a part that makes sense, because I was thinking about Louisiana or Mississippi or Alabama or whatever, and it's like, how come they can't have some kind of manufacturing business or industry or whatever there? And then you think about it, if they don't have the raw materials present, but it seems like they should be able to find some kind of industry, and they should have some kind of natural resources that's there that can be used to
well,
make
there is.
industry.
There is, and I mean, there is some manufacturing that's going on, but it's overall, like, it's not 100% beneficial to the people in that area, because I mean, we got, like, you think about South
But they got to
Louisiana,
ship in everything.
the fuel, like, I mean, we're talking about chemical plants everywhere, and but it the people aren't, like, yeah, they might have some good jobs and stuff, but the children are growing up with illnesses and things that, like, it's a lot of things that's happening in the background that you don't really hear so much about. But I mean, Exxon is like one of the largest places is in Louisiana, Baton Rouge. Along the Mississippi River, there's a lot of things that's being built around there, but the water gets polluted, the air is polluted. Like, I mean, with just a lot of things that just isn't truly beneficial. That is, you know, stacks up.
But
Like, there's a
but
lot of it going on.
that happens a lot in the South, and that goes along with what you was talking about with deregulation. Because when you don't have regulations, that's the reason why they can get away with that kind of stuff, and that's the reason why they move those companies into those areas. It's like that here in Texas.
Yeah, because once these democratic states and all of that had all that money, and that money was locked up in that upper echelon and families, they're like, oh, we have to stop them from being able to do this here because we don't want the competition to our money. So now the companies go, oh, well, let's find a state where they don't know about this game yet, and get in there and get some exclusive contracts signed that they can't back out of politically. And let's
for
go
decades.
take out let's take out a couple of generations of their kids.
But and you think about the certain investments that's put into, it's like this is a lifelong commitment. You know what I'm saying? Like for the billions of dollars that goes into, or the hundreds of millions to start, but over time, like, and this is something that's going on with the government. So like, for whatever reason, these areas are chosen because of the history of who really are in these areas and things like that. So
Mm-hmm. Let me play this satire video, y'all. Check this out. Doc's gonna be mad at me, but check it out.
This book is gay, Fear, and The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. One faculty member had this to say about the mass reading. It was pure chaos. I was left contemplating how gender norms and racism have played a role in shaping American history and society. I'm very uncomfortable. In response, the National Book Association has released a statement offering their thoughts and prayers while at the same time doubling down that, quote, books don't queer people. Still, a community is left wondering, when will the wokeness end? I'm Will Danger with breaking not real news, standing outside Doogie Howser Middle School where tragedy has unfolded. Earlier this morning, an unidentified person entered the school with an arsenal of books that left 4 children trans and another 12 students and faculty hospitalized from woke-related trauma. The reader was armed with novels like This Book is Gay, Genderqueer, and The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. One faculty member had this to say about the mass reading. It was pure chaos. I was left contemplating how gender norms and racism have played a role in shaping American history and society. I'm very uncomfortable. In response, the National Book Association has released a statement offering their thoughts and prayers while at the same time doubling down that, quote, books don't queer people. Still, a community is left wondering, when will the wokeness end?
What do y'all think? That's I hope nobody thinks this is real. So it's a satire.
this is so hilarious.
First things first, Doogie Howser Middle School.
I love it. That's what I'm saying. Like, this shit is hilarious.
Neil Patrick Harris is definitely a gay actor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who also happened to play the biggest straight womanizer in the TV series ever, and no one even batted an eye at him doing it.
Yeah.
And
he's flaming.
But that just lets you know how talented of an actor he is.
I'm good with this. I'm good with Babylon B-size style stuff on both sides, as long as it doesn't get too weird. Like some of the left stuff gets creepy, but for the general part, they generally make pretty good fun of things. As long as they're trying to make fun, yes, because that's what I keep trying to do: make fun.
Yeah. No,
Preferably
say, bro.
both
No,
sides.
you're supposed to be pissed.
Yeah.
I dare you come in here with that mockery.
I'm using some of this Chat GPT and voiceover stuff, and I'm gonna be busting out a few short reels. I don't know when. As soon as my ADD lets me get through it. But yeah,
do it, man. I want to see
funny stuff attacking both sides.
Yeah, I can't wait. You should send me the clips. I definitely want to check them out. Let me read some of the comments underneath this. I found this hilarious, so that's why it's really funny. Let me see. One of the comments, it says, "You'll never take away my library card, you snowflakes." Another comment, it says, "If only the snowflakes on the right got as upset about school shootings as they do about certain books." Another comment, it says, "People don't like the effects of books. Get rid of the books. Same people don't like the effect of guns. It's really not the guns' fault." Another comment, it says, "Everyone is like, but it's all sexual. The only sexual thing about LGBTQ is the gay porn you watch, people. And just like straight porn, that isn't shown to kids." Another comment, it says, Using reporting on a school shooting as a template for satire seems like a really poorly thought out decision. Ref. And another comment, it says, if y'all think books about people having innocent crushes on the same sex is inappropriate, then we should also ban books with heterosexual couples since it implies a sexual attraction between a man and a woman, deeming it to be inappropriate for kids to read. Takeaway: we can teach kids about gay relationships the way we portray straight relationships in media by removing the sexual aspects of the relationship.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I think that regardless of who's the party in sex, like
As a
that
writer
they
and
shouldn't.
creator, I approve.
Huh?
You approve? You
Well,
was
yeah, cause
breaking up. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I think it shouldn't matter who's involved in the sexual act. I mean, children's purity is going to be lost one way or another with the discussion, or them to the ability to have that conversation or idea image burned into their skulls at an early age, like, and certain things that is a natural thing. Like, I mean, we learned in different ways that, and probably in ways that we shouldn't have, because I mean, I learned about, I saw some magazines that was supposed to be hidden, when I was younger, so I think it may have had somewhat of an effect on how I saw the world of sex when I was growing up. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it was beneficial or negative, but one way or another, I know that I was robbed of my innocence at that point, because now I'm seeking things that I shouldn't be. I'm trying to discover things I don't understand without being able to, or thinking that I can't even go to an adult and have this conversation, which is what I try to push him with, with my son, is that, hey, whatever it is, if it's a thought that you're having, we need to discuss it so that you can, I can help prepare you how to deal with it, especially for your age. If you're, wondering what happened with this kid and you're 8, I'm gonna find a way to discuss this with you without going or not being too graphic or giving too much information that's gonna overload you and make you more confused. I'm gonna, but if you're 13, 14 years old, maybe I'll say it a little more, because it's like, oh, you're definitely at a point where you're probably gonna discover more, and there's people that's your age that's gonna be doing the same thing. You really need to know how to handle it. So I
So
think that
wait, let
that's
me ask you this: if that magazine that you found had sexual acts that was gay, do you think that it would have made you gay? Do you think that today you'd be gay?
I mean, I doubt it. I don't think so. But I mean, like, I guess that's something that, I mean, I wouldn't really know. That, I mean, that's something that wasn't really, available in a wide market these days. But I think that what I did see make me curious to try to find out. And, with me being afraid to have the conversation with my mom or my dad, or or even having a conversation with my older brother that doesn't know shit either, like that, didn't really, necessarily make things easier for me. So I mean, I think I'm straight because I'm just straight. That's a part of my nature. But
Mm.
I do believe that, you know, some people might be able to be convinced. I mean, that's like, we have a psychosis of the mind that doesn't make sense. So there's things that I believe can happen that's out of the natural order, just because their mind, the ability to see these things. So I
So
don't. I mean,
so if you
I,
would have, if in that magazine it would have showed like a dude giving another dude a BJ, do you think you would have found it curious to see what it feels like to have a penis in your mouth?
I think the ability to see things as normal, you wouldn't question it. So I mean, I don't know. Like, that's one of the possibilities, I guess, that is there, that I'm like, oh, I mean, that seems to be something they enjoyed. I want to enjoy it one way or another, and not seeing the seeing a line barrier where I should be able to draw the line at some point. I think that when there's more options in your mind for things, you tend to be more allowing to whatever option is there.
Let me do a couple of quick ones because I know I'm about to lose all of y'all. So let me do a couple of quick ones here.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think it
wide
was one
awake,
more
but
comment I wanted to read here.
I
It
might have
said,
to
did I
lose
read
you
this?
on purpose. You might have to lose me on purpose.
One of
So
the
because I'm crunk right now. I'm up, but at the same time, I got to drive tomorrow all day. So I mean, I need to be somewhat
I'm gonna just do a
prepared.
couple quick stories. Um, one last comment on that one that we played. It said thoughts and prayers. Maybe U.S. teachers should be supplied with books in order to prevent those mass shootings. Another one, it says banning books is okay, but banning guns is not. Hypocrisy at its best. I got a couple of random ones. Hold on, which one I want to go to? Real quick, this one on internships. Real quick. It says unpaid internships have been criticized for years. Why are they still around? It says unpaid internships persist in United Nations, in U.S. congressional offices, at prominent publications, museums, and elsewhere. The White House only started paying interns last year, according to data from the National Association of Colleges and Employers. 47% of interns in the United States in 2022 were unpaid. There can be a steep cost. A study from the European Youth Forum found that for an unpaid intern maintaining a ramen noodles only budget, it would cost 1,028 euros or about 1,130 per month on average to make an unpaid internship work. For many, particularly those from marginalized backgrounds, such a cost is not feasible. So um they're saying, because like a person, I think it has another clip here. Let me see. Yeah, okay. Unpaid internships have been normalized in many places around the world, but they have also been criticized, with opponents arguing that they exploit young workers and discriminate against those who lack the financial means to support themselves without pay. For years, advocates have launched petitions, started organizations, and made statements. Interns themselves have taken to the streets in protest. Some have even sued for pay. Now, recent increases in the cost of living around the world have sparked concerns over the issue yet again. The European Parliament recently voted in favor of a report that calls for banning unpaid internships that aren't related to completion of academic work. France banned non-academic open market internships in 2014 and requires any intern who works 2 months or more to be paid. But by and large, unpaid internships persist. The debate is multifaceted, with some people differentiating between internships for academic credit and open market internships. So the reason why this is important is because, like any of those really cool ass, badass jobs, you have to do an internship. And the thing with the internship is, if you're a regular Joe Blow, you can't do the internship because you have to pay bills during that time. So you might have to go 6 months, a year, or 2 years. And then what they say is you should value education above everything. And that's fine. You can value education above everything. So that you want to learn the workings of that job so that you can get in there and do that job and get paid like 300, 400,000 a year or whatever. But how can you make it a year, 2 years without getting paid nothing to be able to go to work every day the same as everybody else does who's getting a salary? So, but what this does is it weeds out all of the regular folks who can't do it. So it allows only certain groups of people to be able to get those jobs because only certain groups of people can be able to go 2 years without getting paid. Go ahead, Doc. What were you gonna say?
I'm a firm believer that those intern jobs should be just like the burger flipping job that everyone says, oh, it's a no skill job. Yep, it's a no skill job. Give minimum wage. Don't make them do it for free. I mean, and that's not just saying, and that's going to go toward the people that can afford it too. But you also notice that the majority of the companies that have those internships and things like that are in extremely high dollar cities where the
Yep.
rent is exaggerated and out the roof, like New
Ex-
York, Chicago. Again, I'm not going to go through the same list. I mean, I'm sure there's some in, I'm sure there's some in Dallas and Austin too. There's
Probably in
probably some
Houston.
here.
Yeah. So you're right though. Usually it's in those high dollar where you got to pay a lot for rent. So then that's another factor.
If we're gonna call someone standing at a counter going, "Can I serve you? What would you like fries with that?" A non-skilled job and give them minimum wage, then it's only right that you give that non-skilled employee minimum wage.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
I'm not gonna fight for more. I'm just gonna fight that they deserve to get freaking paid for showing up, doing the job you tell them to, being an extra person on your workforce. You are literally saying, well, his knowledge is his pay. I'm like, bitch, might as well just bust out the whip. I mean, at
I
that
know
point.
slavery. So, but still, even if you paid the minimum wage, a lot of people wouldn't be able to do it because you say, like you said, they're in these cities where it costs a
But
lot to live anyway.
the thing that I'm getting pissed off in general about the left with, and I'm not saying that to you or about you, but I'm saying in general. Stop trying to rip the door off. Get a foot in the door. Minimum wage is a foot in the door. That's going to
And that,
open. It's going to open that crack and get a few more people in. And once you get a few people in, it starts to make sense. Then you've got data about how people who are less privileged do as well or better. Once you have data, then you can start tugging on that door to open it up a little bit. And then eventually you can pull that fucking door down.
yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna move on. I don't want to stay on it long, but the point of it is that this is just another way to allow wealthy people to be able to get these wealthy jobs because they got a wealthy mom and dad who's gonna pay their bills for them while they're working on this job for 2 years.
Well, no, half of these guys with these interns are the kids from CEOs of other companies that this company does business with.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So remember that movie Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith in it? And that's
Yeah.
what it was in that movie. And he was like, I wasn't aware that there wasn't a salary. Meanwhile, he's sleeping in like a bathroom and stuff. So, like he's like,
Yeah.
I need a salary. Like I can't
What?
do this.
But listen, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say this. Um, I'm one to try to promote that. Okay, that we need to prepare our children. I think everybody should try to prepare their children as much as possible to run the place, even if they, let's just say they end up starting off somewhere as a janitor or whatever. But ideally, is to at least be able to have a stake in the company yourself, because there's just a bunch of high paid slaves with the mentality of not really producing, and at some point you can be fired. So if you know what I'm saying, and a lot of people are not prepared for that when it happens in most cases. So regardless of where they end up, if you're, it's great if you be able to give your child an opportunity to go and, uh, get, some experience under, because I mean, you're teaching them certain ways at home. And if you have a business, the way you run businesses, and just to kind of get a different viewpoint of how things can be run so that they can have more, maybe a more balanced way of seeing things. But I think overall, because I have a problem. First word you said is these awesome jobs, and you know, I don't know what really determines an awesome job, because if I have the potential to be a millionaire, and I'm spending time making $100,000, I'm probably not doing the most I can as a human being. So. not to say that
Yeah,
you shouldn't
you're
work for
talking about
somebody.
350K a year. You're talking about all kinds of benefits. You're talking about,
Uh-huh.
full 401K, full health care, full dental, a
I hear you.
car, a
I'm not
apartment. Like,
I hear you. I hear you, but like I said, a job is a job. It's still employee is just a new way to say slave. And there's high paid slaves and underpaid slaves. That's the only difference. And it's still with the ability to be cut off at some point. I think that's the mindset that we need to get out of generally, so that we can, have a more productive country. You know what I'm saying? Having more people that is, in the pursuit of not just happiness, but of, uh, you know, just being better or just wanting more, because you get to the
'cause
mindset of just
e-
accepting what is
everybody
given
can't
to you.
own a business, and everybody
And
don't
every
want
and everybody
to.
and everybody can't have the fancy job either.
Yeah, I mean,
Everybody's not gonna make it to that point. So,
well, if you don't have the skills, if you're not capable of doing the job, the argument is that it keeps certain groups from even having an opportunity to get these jobs.
and
Yeah.
most likely because of that is because they didn't have the work ethic to begin with to get to that, or to even to strive for that.
No, it's because they can't go without working for 2 years. They need to pay their bills. They don't have rich
Well,
parents.
and I can see that some people wanting that, but I mean, usually it's the exceptional student that gets looked at for that. So if you were not an exceptional student, you're probably not going to be an exceptional employee.
That's
Which
true.
that
You have to be exceptional to get these jobs, but you can be exceptional, but if you don't have rich parents, then you can't get the job too because of this internship.
I hear that, but I think that in order to position yourself for that, and the ability to be able to push past that, is to have the stronger work ethic from the beginning, to push for excellence regardless of where you end up with that opportunity or not. That's my point. you know like, we could be creating that awesome job ourselves.
Let me read a couple comments and I'll move on. This one, it says, surprisingly, United Nations exploits young workers. Oh, why am I not surprised? Ha ha. Another comment, it says, another form of affirmative action for the wealthy. Another comment, it says, I don't know how you can support unpaid labor, regardless of it being for academic or not. Well, academically, if it's for a grade, that's different. You know, you're getting a grade. That's what you're getting out of it. They don't pay you to go to school, so
You're
that's
actually
different.
paying to work. You're actually paying to work that intern job at that point.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are. You're paying
So
them
you're paying for
to, but
college and you're getting a grade. So you're paying to work that intern job.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
well,
because
that's
I mean, because
different.
eventually they're making some form of judgment towards you for how you perform in that trial position. But I seem to think more on the lines of that person that made that comment, is that, like, okay, we keep promoting that, and yes, this is the type of thing that we make okay, but it's like, okay, look, am I good enough or not? If I'm good enough to come and work your job for free, I must be good enough to come work it for at least a minimum wage. Like, why does it, why should it be for free to begin with?
Mhm.
Like, it should be a fair exchange to some extent. Like, it shouldn't be the ability to work, because I mean, I think the point that you're making is right. Like, but to consider it okay that these things happen, period. Like regardless of who goes in this position, whether it's the wealthy dude's child or the poor man's child, like the conditions should be this, viable either way. The rich man's child should be able to get at least the minimum wage or some form of payment, just as well as the person who can't afford it. So that, I mean, like if we're gonna do like I said, affirmative action is supposed to make it fair all the way around. So, you know, we shouldn't expect or allow. That's just like the legacy. Like we allow this legacy to continue the way it's been, which is, the same thing as far as what you're saying, that this is what's happening with the these kids that are on, the only way that's affordable is that you have rich parents that can pay for you to be in this foreign state, somewhere away from home, and be able to work without getting paid. So like your parents are paying for you to live in another state or wherever. It's just
It's actually exactly the same as the legacy thing. It's like no different.
yeah,
Uh,
that's what I'm saying. But we'll fight, because of something, we'll fight to the other minority or whatever, instead of saying, hey, like this is just wrong all the way around. you know
Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says internships should never be unpaid. You can pay a consolidated amount or don't give certain benefits of a full scale job. However, totally unpaid internships shouldn't be a thing, not even for academic credit.
Agree.
Another comment says cheap exists. My university actively tells their students to avoid unpaid internships. Most of us are way talented and know our worth. Collectively, the practice is dying thanks to developing networks of support who do not agree with the archaic practice.
Yeah, because I'm like this. I mean, how can, like, even let's just say that the kid that doesn't get paid, whose parents can't afford truly to do this, and maybe overextend so that their child can go do this thing. How is this gonna really, like, how can this child or this kid function properly, knowing the situation that he's put his family in, or is in his on his own, because he's still eating ramen, or maybe even missing a few meals just to be able to take advantage of this quote unquote great opportunity. um I don't think that he's gonna, be able to do as well. So by, like, I think that this, this is a be this, if they get rid of those types of practices, we can actually get the best of the best in there, regardless of, this is just like getting rid of affirmative action. Like you can't judge somebody based on, certain criteria. You just gotta allow, who the competition to exist. Period.
Let's move on. This one, check it out. Darlick L. Cottingham. She writes, that's wild. Sorry, my glasses are blurry. I can't see. It says, what's wild is college used to be free in US, especially public state schools, until they stopped only admitting white students. Race plays a factor in systemic oppression no matter how much folks pretend it doesn't. It says, soon as black and brown students began being admitted in the 1960s, tuition just all of a sudden made sense, like 2 plus 2 equals 4. Some of the comments, it says, degrees lost value as more minorities started receiving them. Another comment, it says, as soon as black people catch up, in quotation marks, the goalpost is moved always. Another comment, it says, and the more black people started to get their bachelors, let's start unpaid internships and demand that you need a master's degree now to qualify. Go ahead, comments.
Man, that was a. I see that, but I mean that's for. I mean, I feel like I'm shitting on humanity, but like, for some of these things to even be acceptable in people's mind, that okay, I can go and take these abuses that's set up by, you know the world, is it's pretty much it's insane to me. But I mean, that's the mindset that they've given us, is that, us competing against each other, um, and like they keep moving the goalposts. So I mean, regardless of what we're doing, it'll change based on what's going to be better for the goose, or shall I say the gander, however I should place that. But it's that's one of the things that I say, that especially the U.S. I'm assuming maybe it extends you know much further, but it's I, I I think that if we had more, based on our personal excellence, was and us not allowing these monopolies, these people that's the ability to be much greater than the next, is a problem. Like we should be building other things, similar, or even potentially greater than these things that's already existing. Become their competition.
I just think that people need to wake up, because like the first line she said is wild, that college used to be free in the US, especially in public state schools. So and I hear all over the place where it's all of this pressure saying that you shouldn't go to school, like it's stupid to go to school, or you should drop out, be an entrepreneur, open your own business. It's like the whole internet is telling you to not go to school or whatever. But I work at this restaurant, and only a lot of people that come there are wealthy, and all of them, I listen to them while they're talking, and they always talking about the schools that their kids are going to, colleges and universities. So then, if it's so stupid to go to school, then why are these wealthy people still sending their kids to get educations, to go to
because
universities?
because most of it is about status, and that's the only way to be able to prove to someone else what your status, what your value is to say that you went through this
No,
you
it's
know
about
go ahead.
go ahead. It's about connections and networking. You go to those prestigious schools because it's who you meet, people that will be able to give you an advantage in the future, people that you get to know, families and individuals that go on to do other things that you can network and communicate with to help improve your way up in the jobs and things like that.
And that's
It's
just
to
part
set
of it.
yourself among the upper echelon tier of people. It's rubbing elbows.
And that's
It's
true.
like
I can't argue with that. But you also develop skills. You also
No,
learn stuff.
no,
You
no,
you know
no.
you saying you go to school and you don't learn anything? Come on,
No, I'm
man.
not
Why
saying
are
I'm not
people?
saying I'm not saying you don't learn anything, bro. Because I mean, yes, ultimately you're learning things, but there's other ways to learn things. You're talking to somebody who was a high school dropout, bro.
Okay, yeah. There's other ways to learn
stop.
things. Okay, that's
The,
fair. But
the question you asked had nothing to do about learning. It said, if college was so bad and you don't need it, why would these rich people be sending their kids to colleges?
Exactly. We're
right.
answering
Was
your
the
question.
question
Yeah.
I asked. I didn't.
And
There was nothing about the education quality or not involved,
well, that was part
because
of
that's
what I
going to
was.
depend upon different schools and different
But but
orientations for your
Well,
future.
that was part of what I
let
was
me.
leading into, because what other comment I wanted to make was, not that long ago, all you needed was a bachelor's degree and you would have a stable middle class life. It would guarantee you a stable middle class life with just a bachelor's degree, and that wasn't that long ago.
But listen, there's a lot of people right now that's going to school for one thing, but they're getting a job in something totally different just because they went to college. So it doesn't really have anything so much to do with what you learned or the skills that you learned in that degree that you went to school for, because just for the fact that you went to school, they're giving you the opportunity to come and work a totally different type of job in the corporate sector.
Because you
So
develop skills, you show that
you
you have
just
the ability
you
to
develop a
learn.
mindset.
you show that you have the ability to learn and retain information. You show
and
that
to
you're able
obey and
to
to listen to do things that what people tell you to do. You have the ability to learn. They can teach you, and that's the same thing with somebody who does not go to college. As long as you have the will, you have the ability to learn, regardless if you went and studied one subject or another. You have the ability to do pretty much anything, because like you are a teachable person. That's the main thing that you're getting with school, at a higher level, that you have this ability that is already pre-known, like preset, like they, because you went and graduated, got a bachelor's degree, says that, okay, you can stick with this for X amount of years, get your degree and blah blah blah, whatever. It does not mean that that's all you are and are capable of. You have the potential for things maybe even greater, because there's CEOs that end up being running the entire company that dropped out of college. But
but how
because
how many of them are that?
I understand what you're saying, but how many say, bro, do you know that there's a lot of people who are capped at a certain point because they're taking a job? And just, like my whole thing is, I have nothing against people taking jobs or going to college, but it's just that they feel like they have done it all, because the mindset is saying that, hey, look, you went to college and like you did your part. No, like we have not grown to the extent that we could, because so many people are so caught up in the employee mindset, instead of saying, hey, you know what, the same thing that I'm doing for this company, why can't I do it for my own, or put together some minds like mine, and we create another one that is comparable or greater. That's the only argument that I'm really giving, is that we limit ourselves, because oh, look, I already did this and I already did that. But somebody like me, who sees more potential in people than they see in themselves, I just feel like we're failing ourselves and our future.
Let me read. We're failing by going to college. Let me read some of these comments
Uh,
right here.
did
A.
you not?
Smith.
You ignored everything I said except that, right?
That's what it
Okay.
sounds like you're saying.
No, because
you have to
because
understand. Since
you only want to promote the fact, because all right, I understand that you're still in college and you're still, but bro, you're 40. There's so many things that you could be doing right now other than just going to school and doing what you're doing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Let me read.
And I'm just saying your potential is
look,
higher than you saying that than you're showing to be.
Let me
the,
read the
the, the
comments right
bottom
here.
the bottom line on this is the fact that when she's talking about degrees from the 60s and 70s, they were worth something. Ever since
Yeah,
the everybody gets free money to go to college, everybody gets college thing that happened, and all these community colleges and small colleges became commercialized to where you're paying, all of this, and you're buying 3 different books written by your own instructors at $100 a pop and things like that, and all the federal grants, and everybody could go out and get a 2-year degree, and then they started getting or 4 year, and when they get the 4 years, they're getting things that it's like, yes, I understand why it can be considered a useful degree,
but,
but maybe there's 3,000 to 30,000 jobs out there that
but
have
ex-
any use for your
exactly.
field. I mean, I had a guy bitching at Starbucks. Oh, I've got a master's degree and I can't find a job anywhere. What's your degree, man?
Oh,
Medieval
you're
French
overqualified.
poetry?
Yeah, they give you the excuse that you're overqualified. And see, but that's the thing.
Oh,
When the
yeah.
market is saturated, everything that when you're compared to everybody else, it's not as valuable to
Let me read these
the person.
comments. A. Smith says applying is also learning. He said in Kentucky. I don't know what that is. Applying is also learning. So like the process of going through that is learning stuff. He says I've learned a lot from OGT on the job training. He says you have to be able to adapt. He says I went to a 2-year college to be a chiropractor. I'm running a water jet and plasma machine. He says, "I have smooth hands, though." Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I like his personality.
So so
Or her.
so, but back to what you were saying, Doc. You know that them saying that the degrees don't have any value is related to what this lady is saying about everybody being able to go to school. You know what I'm saying? So they were saying them same degrees had value back in the days. Do you think that the education was better in the 60s that they
No,
were teaching them?
no.
So no,
It's a
it was the different people
I
that
think
was
if
in
you
the
look at a
schools.
classroom, it's the exact same damn education.
So
but
then
listen.
Now
why
we have
did those?
advanced, we've learned more. Here's the thing: we've learned more about what's right and what's wrong. But that's the problem: is we're not taught to think and apply different ideas and knowledge together. We're taught how to think linear.
Well,
College back in the 70s and 80s was not about thinking along a line. It wasn't about follow this process. It was about expanding. It was about taking multi crap. What's the not denominational? That's the word for religions. Basically, multiple subjects and being used to combine those different areas of knowledge to apply to solving tasks.
so you're
And it's not taught that way anymore. Every subject is taught individually as your filler classes, and you'll never use your history in your literature class. You know, you'll never use your English in your science class. And
And this.
that's the way education was integrated before.
I
Now
know.
it is rolled out, it is processed, it is manufactured on an assembly line.
But listen.
There's
For
some
when you
truth to what
compare.
you're saying, but the real reason is the racism, bro. Like
No, it's no.
we
I
can't
don't think
fucking
so.
deny the reality that they were probably learning less back then. But because everybody was able to get into the school, there was no more exclusivity.
You sure
And
are sure that it was racism and using a whole lot of ifs and probablys in your sentence at the
Racism,
same time.
bro. Look, it's a numbers game because there's only like the availability for a lot of these jobs is capped off, and because we're not creating more market, it it makes it where like there's only so many jobs. But if we're creating more jobs, and let's just say everyone is not shooting for the same thing. Oh, I want to be a doctor. Oh, I want to be a lawyer. I want to like all the top things. What about being a freaking plumber? What about being an electrician?
there is
What
nothing
about
wrong with that.
but
Nothing
but
wrong with
but
that.
but 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 see, but
That
that's the thing.
that's
Those are
trade
the parts
school.
of life.
That's a different environment.
But
It's
what I'm saying
still
is
the point is there's
the
nothing,
the
absolutely
mindset
nothing wrong with that.
the
You know,
mindset. I know that, but what I'm saying is that most of America doesn't see it that way because everyone is shooting for elitism and don't realize that the jobs that they shit on or overlook is getting paid more than the ones that you go
I
to school for
I
4
was about
years.
to say plumbers be making over 100 a year, 200 a year is not uncommon.
But
You know,
but because they know how to do this, no, some of them are making 500,000 or even a million because guess what? They have they're left to be able to start other businesses for the few people that will come in and like. But yeah, the average person that's working as for a company is probably making at least 80 or 100,000, and they went to school for what, maybe a year.
but I'm gonna go back to my. But look, maybe a year, but they developed their skills over time. It wasn't the year
No,
that put them in that position to be able to make their
but that but that's
150, 200,000
but
a
that's the
year.
same that's the
They
same
learned they
thing.
shit. So, but
But that's
look,
the same thing that. Go ahead.
I want to go back to the question I asked because the job that I work in, mostly of the clientele is wealthy white folks, okay? And they are
Okay.
still telling their children to go to school while the whole internet is telling everybody that it's dumb to go to school. So, again, why are these wealthy white folks telling their
Well,
kids to go to school, even though it's
it's
way
not dumb.
overpriced, because there's
Okay.
value in it. That's what my
There
point
is
is.
there is value in it, but at the same time, there's other things existing at the same time. If we're promoting that to everyone, that you got to go to school, and then everybody on the opposite on the other side of school, you're graduating with a piece of paper that says, "Hey, I qualified to do this, that, and the third." Now you're being looked at 2 and 3 times because there's somebody who might be friends with this guy that's got the same capabilities. There's like there's so many people that's doing the same thing to where it's like, oh, like the corporations, they got their pick of the litter. So it's like, not saying that it's insane to go to school, because I mean I think that people are probably verbalizing it the wrong way, because no, there is tremendous value. But at the same time, you know, if you weren't the best student in high school, and you're going to school because okay, you want to be a part of this American dream, you're probably not going to be the best student in college either. There's going to be people that's way ahead of you. Like, maybe there's something else that you're good at as well.
Yeah,
That
everything ain't for everybody. I don't make that argument at all.
but that's the reason. But see, you're asking about one part of it, but we're trying to give you the other side, why everybody shouldn't be going to college for the same way.
Everything ain't for everybody. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not advocating that
All
everyone should
right
go to
then.
school. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's value in going to school. You actually do
But for
learn skills.
everybody.
No, it's not for. I never said that.
Okay. But that's
Everybody's
the
not going to find value in going to school.
because even
but
some of those
but
rich
but the
people's
internet
kids.
is telling everyone. They're telling everyone to drop out of school, to not go to school. It's not worth it. It costs too much. Your degrees are worthless. Da 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 da. So, but I'm saying there's a reason why they're saying that, because it's actual value in going to school, and they're trying to deter people from it so that they can keep this system that they have going, where you have this workers, where you just have a whole
gotta look at
population
why.
of workers.
But you got to look at
Instead
why
of
some of these people
thinkers.
are saying. You got to see why these people are saying this, because there's a great deal of people have spent their time going to school. They done got 1 degree. They got their their undergrad. Then they end up going to get their you know, graduate, and then maybe even a master's after that, and then they come and stay. They don't spend 8 to 10 years in college, not just regular school, like in college 10 years, and they come out and they still, like, they keep going back to school because they feel like they haven't done enough, but it's just not enough jobs to fulfill what they went to school for. So they have all of these student loans that and keeps them in debt. They're not finding the ability to grow as just a human being, because what they went to school for is, there's no that if they do get a job in it, it's not paying them enough to be able to get out of debt. So that's where equally it adds up to them that, hey, it wasn't beneficial for me to do what I did, because in the end, I'm failing in life. I don't I all the things that I dreamed about, I can't obtain it because I'm in debt.
And how much of that is part of the system? Because we started this off with how the lady said it's wild that college used to be free in the United States, and everybody is pushing about the student loans. We were talking about the student loans and repaying the student loans, and like all of the reasons to not forgive their debt for their loans. But it used to be free, and it used to be free when it was segregated. So I don't see how y'all can't see where this is adding up to be manipulation. You know what I'm saying? To keep people in the positions that they're in, to not allow them to have opportunities.
All
You
right.
know?
Do you believe that there's more white people with jobs? I mean, based on the percentage of people that we have in this country, and each and demographically,
Do you think that, out of, let's just say there's 67% white people, do you feel like they all 67% of them have the jobs that they want or they
No,
went to
they
school
don't.
for?
They don't. But why does it have to cost? How come the schools can't be free? And then people are going to make the arguments about, it shouldn't be free for whatever reason or whatever. But they
Because it
felt
was
like it was free. It should be free in the past. And there's
well
many countries around the world. You could go to Cuba right now. You don't even have to be from Cuba, and you can go and get you a freaking upper education for free.
well look, because when you're in a system that is looking to be a totalitarian state, uh, the best way to get people under your control is like
Keep
to
them
be a
ignorant.
slave. No, because I mean they sent you to school so you can learn shit, but they're keeping you from the nuts and bolts, the things that really make things work. Because, like I said, I mean, some of the richest people, the filthiest richest people, didn't finish college. The people who are standing on top, a lot of them went to college, but they didn't finish. They didn't do what everybody else is doing. At some point, you got to realize, hey, you know what? I, I I I personally have enough to stand on my own. Let me go out here and do this because this is going to be the best position for me.
But
But instead, if you're trying to follow the blueprint that worked for your neighbor, and not finding the where you actually going to benefit yourself, is where the average person is failing, because they're just doing what other people say, hey, this is the key, but everybody has a different key.
These countries that come to the conclusion that higher education should be free is because they want to invest in their people, and giving them an education is an investment into their people that uplifts the whole society. You have
Yes,
smarter people around, people that know more stuff around, that increases your value of your society, that increases their
but
opportunities to be able to output, to be creative, to be innovative, to create new systems and new everything. Okay. And
I
look,
understand.
so how many lawyers have you had that didn't go to school? How many doctors you went to that didn't go to school? How many dentists did you went to that didn't go to school? Bro, come on, man. How
But
many?
that, but that's certain things though. I mean, and and a lot of them are
So,
starting their own businesses afterwards anyway.
and that's cool. And that's an option that
But
you
that's the
have.
but that's the mindset that you should have at any point. Like, okay, bro, I don't know what to say. Like, I mean, if because if we're talking about America and growing in America, like, no, everybody's not gonna have the this big business, whatever, blah blah blah. But you can, some of you, some of us should be able to provide, like, even though we're going to school with each other, it's like, hey man, we I know you do such and such, and I like, why don't we work together and put these, put this together, and you know, we can create something, and we can actually maximize. We don't have to worry about, going through this whole salary thing. Like, we can create something where we're gonna quadruple what we would have made if we, you know, go work for someone, because
But you could go to school and then go open a business.
our
You
corporate
would gain the
structure
skills to do it.
our corporate structure continues to sell us out all the time. Like, they're steadily sending our business somewhere else, like things that, people who skilled to do things don't have a job anymore because they've sent these businesses and we should be steadily trying to replace those things, those businesses. Like, that's why they're able to have the monarchy that they're having. Like, bro, like,
Because people are going to school. That's what you're saying.
is that the only thing you're hearing? Because
I'm
how
trying
many
to
times?
understand.
No, look, even regardless if you go to school or not, go to school, but stop relying on your growth being in someone else's hands.
And I'm
Don't keep
told.
looking for a job. Go to school, learn what you need to learn to be able to grow as a human being, but you relying on someone else, you're going to fall.
And I
That's
don't
what I'm
see.
saying.
Yeah, but I don't get. I don't see how that is the connection with school, because you can go to school and still do all of that stuff you're saying.
Yeah,
You can
okay,
do
we
both.
agree. Yes, I didn't say, I never said not go to school, but when you're asking a specific question and you're saying why are people saying what they're saying about not going to school, it's because of their experience, and it's because they went and spent many years of their life in school that didn't pay off for them. So if they had a different mindset to begin with, that hey, you know what, because the market, the job market is saturated with what I'm doing, I might have to create my own job.
And you could do
Bec-
that. You can develop
yes,
school skills in school and do that when you come out.
yes, yes.
And so, but what I'm saying is, the reason why, this is my theory, the reason why they're saying this is because they want to have a more controllable, society. You know what I'm saying? They can
Well,
control people because they don't know anything, and they don't know how to
but
do anything. They haven't developed any kind of skills,
yes, but
and
that's
they
what I'm.
get lied to by their politicians, and then
Yes,
and they get completely controlled. They get
but
completely
but they're also
manipulated.
getting, but they're also getting lied to by their parents, because all right, even the kid, like the kid is growing up trying to make their parents happy when they know that they would be okay being a chauffeur or being a truck driver or something, but they went and got in debt for a school that they already kind of knew that, like know thyself is on the bigger picture here, because there are people that's going to college that should never.
Let me read some comments. A. Smith, he says, they better go to school working on my body. He says, exactly. He says, as an individual, some doctors will operate on conjoined twins, some won't. He says, I know that's extreme, but you have to be able to adapt. So I agree. You do. You have to be able to adapt, and that school isn't for everybody. I'm just saying the internet telling people to not go to school is to deter them from educating themselves. Now, you don't have to go to school to educate yourself, but you have to
Thank you.
put forth effort to learn stuff, to develop skills, to you're gonna have to read some
But,
books. You're gonna have to, do some studying. You're gonna have to do some stuff that's boring, and
it,
that takes time. You there's no other way around it, you know.
if
Uh,
we were given more options when we were, because I mean, I used to look at it as being racist when the elementary school teacher asked what you want to be, and then based on what she's seeing you as a student, you say, hey, I want to be a doctor. Uh, I mean, hey, being a police officer is not a bad idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, I took it's trying to be realistic about who you really are and where you stand, because if you're not a great student in in high school, most likely you won't be in college either. So it's like just being an average person, there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't disagree with that. I start the show off every day, and I say, an educated public cannot be controlled. I say, remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. And I
Mhm.
thoroughly believe that,
Yeah.
and I also believe that they don't want an educated public so they can control people. And that's the reason why our politics is trash right now. And that's the reason why they can tell us lies and people just eat the shit up. You know,
Well,
it's
but I mean, it's our job as the people to be real with ourselves and each other, so that regardless of what the politicians want, we know that we're doing what's right within our own communities. And we need all of these different people in these communities, and to uplift them from the beginning and not to make them feel like they're a failure because they didn't go to college is a harm to us. Making them feel proud to be the plumber, the truck driver, to be the policeman, to be the people that we need in a society, and thinking that, okay, look, I gotta at least go to this university so that everybody, like, this is the status quo. This is what everybody else is doing. Like, bro, like we are in troubling ourselves when we have this mindset that, hey, look, you was a C or a D student, like, eh, should you go spend two, five, $10,000 for each semester to go to a school that, I mean, most likely you're gonna drop out anyway? That we're not having those conversations with people who are the valedictorians or people who are A's and B students and stuff like that, because no, you probably should go, because like, you're already showing exemplary, uh like, you're showing that you probably can, this is where you excel, is in those situations. So that's where I think the biggest argument, not just from me, but from the average person, is like, hey, like, I think we need to promote this as being a normal thing and okay, so that everybody doesn't feel like they got to do the same thing that everybody else is to be a great person or to have a good life. Saving them from that debt might be the best thing that you could do for them, because a lot of times it's hard to recover. Everybody's not fiscally responsible, and go able to go and pay off those debts even though you didn't graduate. Shit, right now I wish I could get that damn money back that I spent for going and something that I wasn't able to finish.
yeah. I think it's a setup. Uh, hold on. Let me play this because freaking. Hold on. Let me close this one.
Shit,
This
I
one.
can
This is
only
my.
imagine if I'm sorry, I can only imagine where I would be if at 20 I started driving instead of doing it when I was 35. You know what I'm saying? But
This is my last one I want to do. So, Mothers of Liberty, Moms of Liberty, or whatever, is big in the news right
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Let me play some of this.
That is much too heavy for them. By exposing our children to adult concepts such as gender identity, we are asking them to carry a load that is much too heavy for them.
Might I suggest that instead of anal sex, perhaps we could go back to teaching cursive.
Florida's parent activist group. It began in Florida in 2021 to protest public schools being closed for COVID and mask mandates, with frequent and spicy presence at school board meetings.
This is about more than masks, for the record.
But now there are more than 250 Moms for Liberty chapters nationwide, the group says. And it has gained major conservative allies and morphed into something else, a campaign against supposed indoctrination of children on race and sexuality.
I have the right to say, I don't want my kids to learn this. I don't agree with this movement. And that's my right.
So books should fall into that category as well.
We wanted to understand what's driving these moms on a deeper level than some viral videos. So we met.
All right. So you heard what they were saying. Let me read the comments. I'm missing them. A. Smith. Hold on. Did I read this one? I read that one. He says, yes, learning is a learning process. He says, yes, King Chaka. He says, January 6th insurrection is a perfect example. He says, have pride in your job. He says, if I say I'm going to change your tires for new ones and put one bad one on. And he says, keeping up with the Joneses. So, Moms of Liberty, let me go to this other slide. Check it out. Moms of Liberty, 1960. Okay. So, related to schools again, if you look at this picture and you look at the signs that they're holding, one of the signs it says Save Segregation, Vote. It says States' Rights, Unpledged Electors. Another one of the signs it says, All I want for Christmas is a clean white school. Can't see the other one here. So I'm trying to make a connection here. So the modern day Moms of Liberty, they're talking about, what were they talking about? The books and so forth. They're falling on the conservative side. They've got Ron DeSantis in the camp with them or whatever. And they're talking about transgender, whatever they were saying, like teaching the kids about sex or whatever. So, but then the old slide is them talking about segregation, state rights, and stuff like that. So there's a connection that's going on here with this, okay? Because not only the name is the same, you know, that's a basic connection right there. So, but the agenda is very similar too, you know. That's what I'm trying to say. And so the modern day way of doing things is you don't do it so blatantly and you hide it underneath other things. You send out dog whistles or whatever, and you pretend that it's not about this other thing, that it's really about this thing. But it has an underlining factor related to this thing over here. If that makes any damn sense.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and I think and a lot of times these conversations, there's some things that I guess we don't realize that a lot of these people may not have, because we're saying the racism thing or whatever, but that could exist to some extent. But I think that we have to leave options, of the at least the idea that,
Benefit of the doubt.
well, not necessarily just benefit of the doubt, but I mean, in hindsight, who does segregation hurt the worst that we know of?
You mean integration?
Or integration. So it's like, okay, most businesses that black people had lost and don't exist, and no sight of existing anytime soon, because they integrated and started feeling like, okay, the ice on the other man's ice was colder than their own, and it's like,
The
okay,
schools, the damn footballs and basketball
yeah,
teams.
because instead of fighting to get, because I mean, if we have the same amount of schools, we still got the same amount of students, but we got the same amount of schools, and if it's not, we can get more. But forcing people to come together that didn't, that already wasn't harmonious, could present more problems. Like there's less being learned by the students because they're too busy trying to learn the new people that they're interacting with. Now, I mean, am I the person to say that it's a bad idea for the integration? But no, because I mean, it's like, I think that overall humans are humans, but to just say that those people are bad because they're like, hey, like, you're trying to force something that's not, like, we didn't need, like, it doesn't fix anything. I wasn't there in the '60s to really be able to see it the same way that I can see, what I see now. But I mean, there's certain things that we shouldn't be doing that the most people feel like, okay, it's okay, and that's because maybe they don't see, their whole way of seeing it isn't my whole way of seeing it. Or but I think overall, um, maybe there is. I'm gonna leave the possibility that maybe the new age moms of liberty could have the same, outlook as they did before in the '60s. But I think that what we're dealing with right now, there are things that are way more important than the things that they're trying to promote to our children, like math, reading, science, like just, these things that are the core things for them to go to school, and now to try to, add new things that for their age range shouldn't necessarily be the scope that they're looking at. Why not spend more time teaching them math, the R's, the reading, or the writing, reading, and
Well,
arithmetic?
you've seen the newest TikTok challenge, haven't you? So
The
they
one
What's
with
got
the
a
that?
blank piece
plastic.
of paper and they put a pen out there and they go, here's the challenge. Try to write your entire name without lifting your pen from the paper. Congratulations! You just reinvented cursive.
Well, they don't teach the kids cursive anymore. That was like part of our education or whatever, but they don't do that anymore. I don't think, because I don't think my daughter knows how to write cursive.
Exactly.
And, but
What
but
do you
but they're
think we're going
create.
to use as the secret code to stop them from figuring out what us old people are doing against them?
Hmm.
Wow, that's definitely a way to look at that, because I mean, you might not think that. I mean, because all right, cursive writing, I mean, may not be essential, but I think it definitely helps because, you know, that's a form of writing. Like, I think that
Okay.
even they should learn shorthand. They should learn a lot of these different ways to communicate. Even
Okay.
learning sign language would be a great thing as well.
The,
You know,
the trick is handwriting was originally done so people could write and communicate with each other, send notes and stuff like that, because there weren't typewriters and stuff.
Right.
Then you got typewriters and handwriting because you don't always have a typewriter and stuff like that. Plus, the typewriting skills and the cursive skills give your hands the manual dexterity to be able to do things like screw on a bolt or a nut or move small things for assembly lines, to pick things from plants and things like that. But now we're in an age where we don't have to do that anymore. Our eye-hand coordination, we have more manual dexterity now than people from, heck, even my generation and before that, because video games. They don't need us to know cursive anymore. It wasn't really about communication. It was about learning the fine manipulation with your fingers, the dexterity to do things. Like I
well,
said, like work in a factory and put chips and micro and on
well,
boards and things like that.
Yeah,
but
but they also
let me
taught
ask
us how
this.
to type. They don't teach these kids how to type either. We still have.
Well,
They still have
no,
to
they
use
don't need to.
keyboards.
No, but they don't need
Half
to
of them
learn
don't
how to
need
type
to. They use them so
because
much now.
they use it at home. Like, it's such a, yeah. They use it
It's
because,
a
like,
part of life.
bro, you should
Yeah,
see
but they
my
don't
son,
type. I can type over 30 words a minute, and
bro.
I know that for a fact because I remember having to
I
pass that shit in on the computer. I had to get up to 30 words a minute
but
for this
look,
class that I took. They don't
but
do
that's
that for these kids.
well,
And I
say,
know
bro,
8 and 9 year olds that can type faster than that.
for real. My son, bro, you should see it. And then, like, he plays video
On their
games
phone.
on the computer. So, but texting, like, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of that stuff is just comes natural to them.
They
People
don't
can
even
type with
spell.
two thumbs faster than I can with a keyboard and both hands.
Yeah, but they're not even spelling properly, and they're using emojis and shit. So I'm sorry, I'm not giving
Well,
them.
well, let me
Giving them
ask
that.
this, because your kids don't know how to
Well,
write cursive,
picture words were what we
because
started
No.
with on the cave
mine
walls, right?
does, huh?
What did you teach them how to write cursive? Because they don't teach that in school no more.
Nah, he learned in school.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't think. I think when she was in elementary, they was teaching her
It
that, but
what
they
what
didn't emphasize it. So
well yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, because
third or
he
fourth
he
grade
writes
is where you should get it.
he writes a little bit, because I mean most of his interaction is on, keyboard. A lot of school stuff is done on the computer and stuff, so that's how most of his writing is done. But he definitely is like happy that he could write in cursive. I think he could use more practice, um in which I try to do, writing, different writing challenges for him at home, but not necessarily get the same feedback or help that to keep that type of thing going, like what I'm saying. But either way, because I feel like even like they don't teach them about the Dewey Decimal System, and I think that that's something that's still very important about, because I mean most of the books that they find, that they can find it on their computer. The library is within the school system, and you can pull up books right there on your computer. So, but I still think that, like, if everything fails and you go to a library, if you don't know about the Dewey Decimal System, how are you going to get around? How can you find anything? So, like, I I think that learning the technology, being a part of the technology age is good, but still understanding and having the capability to use these old systems is definitely going to be a good thing, especially, you know,
because there's
for
still
the
a lot of
ages to come.
stuff written in cursive, so you might not be able to write in cursive, but you should be able to read it because it's a lot of stuff written in cursive that you would have
Yeah,
to read.
I
Um,
agree.
Let me read some comments. The first one, it says Ku Klux Karens.
Oh
The,
Lord.
the next one, it says Clan Karenhood.
Well, that's the
uh,
thing. And even in the 60s, that wouldn't have been true, because that would have been a different group of people, because the based on what they said, because the Ku Klux Klan was the out of the Democratic Party. So if it switched, that means that, okay, the Ku Klux Klan is now the Republican Party. No.
let me read another comment. This one, it says, "Oh, the good old days. It's clear to me that this is exactly where the Megaites are referencing when they chant their mantra, 'Make America Great Again.' As I used to tell my students, if a
Oh,
game isn't fun for all participants, then we need to all stop and figure out what we can do so that everyone is having fun."
man, it's 5 o'clock. Oh no, it's 6 o'clock here. Um,
Yeah, it's almost 5. I'm about to
yeah,
wrap it.
yeah, because I was I'm gonna get out of here, but at the same time, like, I think people, all of those things that we was talking about earlier in the show, when we were talking about the mind control, the way that the psyop that's going on with the masses, is that, you can't even see the woods because of the trees, and the things that should be common sense to the average person, I think has gotten lost, because, like, we're forgetting that what the core things that these children should be learning in, especially elementary school, and maybe even some parts of junior high. But of course, when they go into high school, they're closer to adult. We need they really truly preparing them for adulthood at that point. But a lot of these kids that's 5 to, let's just say, like 12, 13 years old, doesn't really need all of these things that they're trying to implement at the kindergarten and first grade levels. So that's the part that I think most people are overlooking, is just that, oh, you're trying to ban these books and blah blah blah. No, like, some things, like, just like you wouldn't give porn to just give, hey, go give a Playboy magazine to a kid, just because, hey, it's available here. That's the same kind of thing with certain books, because you're still implanting images in the mind of children who are not prepared for it. And that's the part that they want to ignore, and they're trying to use. And even you, Chaka, you're trying to use the moms of liberty in the past to what's going on now. And I don't think you have the full picture even of what's happening now. I mean, you see all the things, but you know I don't know. Maybe you do want to prepare 5-year-olds to have sex with adults, or to have this adult mindset to do what to be able to you know be comfortable around adults with that type of thing. I don't necessarily agree with it myself, but either way, I think that that's the stuff that's getting lost with it. Now, we talking about the history books and certain things like trying to act like Rosa Parks was a part of a LGBT type of mindset. I don't agree with that, and those are the books that should be canceled. Those totally, it shouldn't even be available, because that's not a true turn of what that's not exactly what was happening at that time. If she was LGBT, or she liked women or whatever, that had nothing to do with her story historically. So I mean,
Well,
even the dude that was clearly gay, like, his problem wasn't what people accepting him as being gay, it was people accepting him as being black. And like, and these are the things that we should keep the narrative where it was, or instead of letting these people change the story to fit what is going on now, so that they can control the mindset of children of today, to make them feel like it was some, like all of this is all one big thing. But that's just some things, like, we just need to deal with it as the truth.
and we absolutely need to deal with the truth. So, but that is what people are avoiding. They don't want to deal with the truth, and that's the real reason why they're banning these books. And
What's the
as
truth?
far as the kids, the I think the kids are way more mature and understanding things than we give them. And there isn't any porn in any of these books. So they're not giving porn books to these kids in these schools. They're not doing that.
I didn't say
And
they were.
and the books that they're banning are books that teach them about their history, their stuff that actually happened, stuff that they're embarrassed about, and that's the reason why they want them banned.
Well, no, I mean, we're
See,
talking
that
about,
is
if
where I
we
need
were
to
talking
get you
about
to be on
CRT,
specific books,
if we were
because
talking
when you're
about
speaking in
CRT,
generics, I've got no idea what you're talking about, because I have seen some of the filth and trash that they have in there. They have
yeah,
sat
he
there
hadn't seen
and
any of
called.
it
They
personally.
have sat there and called a man out for reading straight out of a book that his child brought home, saying that is inappropriate for a school board meeting, sir. Take that out. And he's
Yeah,
sitting there
but
reading,
a
and he
child.
has, if this
Thank
is
you,
inappropriate for a school board meeting, then how come my son brought this to me from the school today?
thank you, Doc. Please, because I mean, Chaka
So
is
but
not
what
seeing
book
the
was
whole.
that?
He's getting
That
emotional
there's
about.
two sides to this. You are sitting way too far on one, and Pat, you're sitting way too far on the other. There's a middle ground here, age appropriateness and stuff like that. You guys argue with me every time when I mention this, when it comes up to history or Black history or anything like that. But as soon as it gets to sex and things like that, all of a sudden everyone's ready to consider the age appropriateness and mentality and the growth, the healthy growth of someone and the building of education. And it's like, I mean,
You
I'm
know,
sitting here watching
Well,
fight this big extreme on both sides, and it's not quite that far or that way in reality. But we've got these 10% of people on each side, 20%, which is more enough. It takes 11% of the population to start a movement.
well,
That is the
I
tipping
tell you
point.
what. I tell you what, because I mean, and I appreciate what you're saying, Doc, but I would have to disagree with what you're saying. My stance is because the main thing is that yes, there
It,
is age appropriateness.
it's not the stance; it's the degree.
But
You
no, because
actually, we mostly agree on stuff. We have a little difference in the what's and wheres of the specifics, but you do tend to stand far to the right, is what I was
yes,
saying. I wasn't
and
saying,
I
you're
do.
in the wrong. I'm just saying that you're standing way far to the right in the situation.
Well,
And,
but
and
when we have
Scotty's way
someone,
far on the left on this.
look,
And
when I
there's
have
room
someone
in
that's
the
trying to
middle for where reality is.
but no, but that's the thing. The middle should be that okay, if you want your child to learn about sex, be bold enough to teach them yourself instead of allowing these things to be made public
Okay,
where
absolutely. That's not what I'm saying. I've agreed with that. And I'm not saying, the
okay,
thing is, what's going on with the right now is they're saying completely pull it out of schools. I'm saying
no,
age
they're not.
appropriateness. Yes,
Well,
actually they are.
Well,
They're
well,
trying to completely
well,
remove
I
it.
don't know.
And
I have a school age child in school, and I see what they're doing. At least in Texas, I see what they're doing, and they're giving parents the ability to, because most of the books that they're finding are on their computer. I can go in and choose what books I do or do not want my child to be able to see, but that's not the case everywhere. So, I
so
think
but
that
Pat, you just said a minute ago that some of those books shouldn't exist. But you said that if a parent wants to teach these kids whatever they
that's what
want
I
to teach
started
them,
us talking.
they should be able to teach them that. Well, if the parent should have the access to teach the kid whatever they want or read
what
whatever book they want to read to them,
say, bro.
and then you're saying the book shouldn't
You're
exist.
smart enough to
Which
know that
which
that's
one is
based on
it?
when I say I think, that means my opinion. I don't think that some of these books should exist. Is that okay? Like because I have an opinion that it shouldn't, but I didn't say, like regardless, it does exist. And when people saying banning them in schools does not mean banning them in life. And that's the part that I think that a lot of leftists need to understand that hey, if you want to be a part of your child's life, you think that this is something that they're going to not be they're not going to grow properly if they don't get this, then be bold enough to say, hey, what's that? Yeah, let me get that book and take it home to your child instead of saying that, oh no, everybody's child should do it because that's what I want my child to learn. Like that's where the selfishness is that because you think it's okay for you, nobody else should be able to decide otherwise.
But that's I don't think that's what's happening. I mean,
That is
when
exactly what is happening.
when you make comments like I don't think that book should exist, other people say the same thing. That's what leads to the book being banned, not
No,
just in
no,
school, but in
that's
libraries and anywhere else.
but
So,
see,
but
but
you
but that's your lack of really knowing what's going on because they're not banned in life, so they're restricted. They're not prohibited; they're restricted. And that's the part that I think that gets missed when we're talking about the politicians and all the narratives that's getting thrown around because they want to present one side as being totally extreme over the other, and believe me, I understand that that's happening on both sides, but that's where I think that we need to have balance as sound, what we consider to be sound uh individuals or as humans, is that okay, we know how they act. We the propaganda and trying to pit us against each other, where we could easily have a conversation where, hey, you know what, I get what you're saying, and all right, that's cool. Like these books are still available, and in most cases the parents are saying that this thing should be available don't involve themselves enough in their child's life to even try to teach it themselves or to make sure that they're learning it in a healthy way.
They're just whatever they get a hold to. I guess they were supposed to. No, like we supposed to be the responsible people, the adults here that's saying, hey, you know what? We have the ability to draw the line somewhere, and let's work together because you feel one way and I feel another. Shouldn't mean that both of us have to lose, or at
Yeah,
least or one of us has to lose.
yeah, but you said that the leftist ones are trying to force everyone else to read the books,
No,
and
well, listen, listen to you. That's not what I said. They're not trying to force anybody to read the books. But the thing is that when somebody is saying like, "Hey, we need to do something about some of these books," like banning. We're not out burning all of these books where it's impossible for somebody to get them. But for those who feel strongly about this and they want to interject this mindset into their home or whatever, then you definitely should have the ability to, but don't make everyone that doesn't feel the same way as you be subjected to that same kind of mindset. Like that's the thing about like
so that goes the other way when you feel like that your kids shouldn't read these books, and then you want to ban the book so that the other parents can't have them either.
But the banning it, and that's the same way with
You're
they did
abusing
with
the word
CRT.
banned again.
No, hold on. The same way what they're doing with CRT and the bad way that they promoted it is making it putting a bad taste in people's mouth. And the same way that they're using the terminology of banning because they're not banning the books, like they're still available. And like I said, I can speak mostly for Texas is that they're at least giving the parents the ability to choose if they want to allow, even in the same schools, where because like I said, most of these books are being accessed on their computers, so you can restrict or prohibit your own child with these systems, which I think is a great idea. But there's other systems that's just like trying to say that, hey, look, this is what it is and this is what's going to be. You shut the hell up and go home and you can cry about it all you want, but we're going to do what we're going to do anyway. And that's what's not fair. So that's what I'm the part because I'm okay with how my school system is dealing with it because like I said, they're not treating me like I'm some vagabond. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just worthless, just some worthless eater or somebody who's just getting in the way of what they're saying is their children overall. You know what I'm saying? Like that I think that we have to find a healthy way to deal with these things and just feeling one way that okay, because I'm acceptable of my child learning about you know anal sex at freaking 5 and 6 years old, like bro, that's not that's not my culture. That's not the way I see teaching a 6 or 7 year old, to 10 year old about the world is that, hey, look, why don't you butt fuck your friend? Like, no, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, I think we need we're losing our morals in this whole argument. Like, they can learn about that as they get older, man.
But that's not happening. There's no books in the schools talking about ramming somebody in the butt, bro. It's not
Yes, there
happening.
are. Yes, it is.
Chaka, you need to do a little bit of investigation. There's some stuff that's not cool in there. Talking about touching each other's genitals, actually describing sex, things like that, in books approved for as early as 6th grade.
I haven't seen none of that.
I know
Yes,
you
because
haven't because you
you don't.
won't go look for it.
You're going along with the
You
narrative.
stop
You're not
bridging the
seeing for
gap between the
yourself.
left and right. You stopped bridging the gap between the left and the right about 6 months ago. You have been anti-right in almost everything that you do and stances you take, except on some of the transitions so far.
He don't realize how much of an extremist he is on the left because
You
he thinks that he's being fair, but he doesn't really care about other people. Like he's not, and I know in his own life he does care about people, but when it comes to politics, he's so caught up on what he's been sold in, like with the news and these things that he's reading and what he feels he's experiencing at his school. But that's the that's the part of the indoctrination, is to get you upset about something and saying that is one thing, but there's the whole nother, or maybe other multiple other ways to see these things. And I know you, I know you for a nice while, that I know that you operate as a fair person, but at the same time you're not exemplifying that, when we're having the discussions in politics. And that's where I'm like, that's not you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it. It's 5 a.m. We did 5.5 hours, so
Yeah, man, I gotta be
it was a
driving
good
in a
show
few
though.
hours. Yeah, man. Look, I probably could have still made it last night, but I was at the point where, you know, I realized it. I was like, nah, I better go and get me some sleep.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same decision I made.
But
Yeah,
yeah, man.
I had that extra day off because of 4th of July. I didn't even realize that it was Friday night.
But you know
I
what? We
thought it
did
was
one in the
Thursday.
middle of the week. We did do one
Yes.
in the middle of the
Yeah,
week, so
our heads were thrown off a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, so it works out. It works out as an even deal. We lost the show and gained the show, so
yeah,
it's all good.
we didn't lose anything.
Yeah. Well, anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. Got to get up out of here.
Peace and love.
Peace.